Well, good morning, everybody. Hope everybody had a good weekend. At least we didn't get a whole lot of rain. Today we have 3 bills scheduled for the morning, which are to be heard, and then we will be execing in the afternoon. So I'd like to get right into the first bill, which we have on the docket for today, and that's Senate Bill 596. 596 is relative to the definition of disability or special needs under the Child Care Scholarship Program. There's been some concern of why did education get this versus another committee here in the House side. It was handed to us so very, very late, and it is an early bill. It would cause a lot of issues if it had been vacated we've already vacated several bills this year, but we had time to do it and consider it. We have had no time to deal with it. So we are going to address this. I know Senate Ed addressed it, so I'd like to welcome to present the bill. It won't be the senator, right? It'd be Phil. Why don't you come on forward and introduce for your senator?
Hello, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Phil Tatro, and I'm Senator Ricciardi's legislative aide. Senator Ricciardi wishes she could be here today to introduce this important piece of legislation, but she had a prior commitment to an event within her district. Nevertheless, I am here to speak on the importance of SB 596. Early childhood stakeholders came to Senator Ricciardi this past fall asking for help to address the issue of differential payment access for children at risk of developmental disability. While our existing child care framework provides necessary support for children with diagnosed disabilities, it unfortunately leaves behind those at the cusp of developmental challenges, those not yet diagnosed but showing clear signs of being at risk. These are children who show clear delays in motor function, speech, cognitive play, and social emotional development. Children who often later receive formal diagnoses for autism, attention deficit disorder, and other learning impairments. The evidence is clear. The earlier we identify, intervene, and support children who are at risk for developmental delay, the greater the likelihood the child is later able to catch up academically to their peers. To address this issue, Senator Ricciardi proposed SB 596 to expand the definition of disability within our child care scholarship program. Advocates working with DHHS proposed an amendment to SB 596, which did not change the intent of SB 596, but more efficiently outline the process necessary to strengthen the differential payment. The amended version of SB 596 would enable DHHS to enter rulemaking to define this class of children and ensure the definition includes not only children with diagnosed delay, but those at high risk. It would enable DHHS to work with experts and advocates to identify the proper screening tools and verification needed to ensure eligible children can get the support they need. Child care differential payments, as it currently exists, is grossly underutilized by providers, in part because so few children can demonstrate a diagnosable disability when they are under the age of 3 or 4. This policy change is not only about supporting children, but also about bolstering our child care providers. By enabling access to differential payments for at-risk children, we can provide centers with the necessary resources to maintain appropriate ratios and offer high-quality care, thereby expanding access to child care for all families across our state. Senator Ricciardi has heard time and time again of providers suppressing ratios in classrooms because they have a few children requiring additional support. With access to differential payment, centers will be able to bring in some additional staff, capacity, and classroom support to assist in providing these children with the hands-on learning support they need to be successful. In conclusion, this bill represents a strategic, evidence-informed approach to enhancing our child care system. It ensures that children, particularly those at risk of developmental delays, receive the support they need during their most formative years. I urge the members of this committee to support this vital legislation for the well-being of the children and the future of our state. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I am happy to pass along any of your questions to Senator Ricciardi.
Thank you very much, Phil. That's written testimony that you read from the senator?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of that?
I do not have a copy.
If you could provide us a copy, we'll enter that right into the
Sure.
record. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here to introduce this. I wanted to ask a question based on the portion that identifies who would be included under the definition of disability, which is 2A here. And it says any child who displays or is at risk for delayed social or emotional development. Given the upbringing of children and the things that can happen to a child, isn't any child potentially at risk for delayed, depending on what happens to them?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I'm happy to pass that question along to Senator Ricciardi, but I know there's individuals behind me that can speak further on
Yes,
this
we,
issue.
we do have people behind that can speak to this. Phil is just presenting on behalf of the senator. Nothing else. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Rebecca up. And Rebecca's the one with all the answers. Thank you. Could you introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. My name is Rebecca Wojkowski, and I'm the Child and Family Policy Director at New Futures. New Futures is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization working to improve the health and well-being of New Hampshire's residents through policy change, and I focus on our tiniest residents, our children. As New Hampshire's authorized Kids Count organization, New Futures also advocates for database policies to support Granite State families. I'm here today to speak in favor of Senate Bill 596, as it's an important bill in our state's effort to address and alleviate the child care crisis. Phil did a really good job introducing this bill, so I'm just going to highlight a couple of points. Number one, as mentioned, this bill does not address anything relative to K through 12 education. It is primarily and solely focused on our child care scholarship program, which is supported by the Child Care Development Block Grant. I will also say that for the past 2 years, New Futures has convened a broad group of stakeholders to identify pressing issues facing childcare providers, teachers, and families in order to identify and craft important policy solutions. One of the clear issues that has arisen is the fact that children who are displaying more complex social and emotional or behavioral needs are often struggling to find access to childcare. And that is because there are limited resources for kids who do not have a diagnosed disability. It is also very hard to diagnose a young child with a disability. So we are in this space where there are lots of children at risk, but we don't have the necessary supports within our system to ensure they have access to childcare. And this is shown, number one, not only through anecdotal stories, but the fact that our utilization of this childcare differential is really low. What happens is that there is either a suppression of ratios in childcare centers far below licensed capacity. This is to allow teachers and providers to be able to manage classrooms with high needs children, or children who are at risk of developmental delay or disability cannot find centers which are willing to, or equipped to take care of them. So to address this issue, SB 596 proposes a modification of the definition of disability to allow for these differential payments to centers with children who are screening high risk for developmental delay or disability. The differential payment is only $100 a week, but from our feedback from providers, this really would be a critical payment for them to be able to employ classroom-based approaches to ensure that those kiddos are receiving services in classrooms with other peers and not just receiving services outside of the classroom. I want to address the question from the representative on what does it mean to be at risk. That really is a clinical definition. In early childhood, we do not me, but providers do developmental screening, which show that kids on a rating scale either have a developmental delay or disability, or they're at high risk. And that is really because there are many early childhood interventions that can help prevent that delay to becoming a full-blown delay or disability, or ensure that that child is on a path to full and happy development. So when we think of things like that, that's like a speech impediment or speech delay, a fine motor skill. So it's at risk, meaning that without intervention that can worsen, but at risk does not mean every single child. There would be a screening tool that would identify those children.
Questions from the committee? Thank you. Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Just a question, and I'm not sure you have the answer. I'll probably guess you do. I'm looking on line 20 on the bill, and it talks about, on the bill, here's the bill in front of you. Just caught you off guard with the first question.
No, that's fine. I got it.
Thank you. Line 20 under 1 on the first page, it talks about, or other approved licensed professional.
Yeah.
Do you know what that means? I don't.
So that would be, as I said, a certified occupational speech therapist or other type of early childhood trained professional that is used to working with young children to help them overcome their delays.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I have one question first here. We oftentimes deal with students, children that are ages 3 through 5. Very rarely do we ever go down below that age. And that's really the domain of HHS.
Yep.
You're talking here about students in which age bracket?
This would be any child who is old enough to enter a child care center. So that could be a infant
Okay.
all the way through age 5.
Okay, so I do have a follow-up on that then. I always look at the bottom, the appropriation, and there was a line or two put in dealing from the Senate that if ARPA money is available, if other federal funds are available, and we talk about $375,000 there, then they put in the $1. Can you talk to that a little bit?
Yes. So during discussions with the Senate, there was some concerns around March revenues, but the senators identified this as an important priority and wanted to carry the conversation forward into the House. So our understanding is that this would be a discussion for finance to determine whether or not there's flexibility in existing funding or other sources to be able to support this policy change.
Thank you. Better be prepared because I've seen several other bills come in with the same language.
Sure.
Going forward to Representative Damon and then Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, and thank you for being here. So I have a background question and then probably a follow-up. Could you just tell us a little bit more about the basis of the child care scholarship program, just the broad picture of it, please?
Sure. So the Child Care Scholarship Program is supported primarily through our Child Care Development Block Grant, which is a federal block grant, which allows the state to create a subsidy program to help low-income working families access child care. So based on income and enrollment, a child care center will receive a certain amount of funds to offset the cost of child care for low-income families. So the Child Care Scholarship Program doesn't go to families, it goes to providers, and it allows low-income families to be able to access childcare, given, if you've heard probably many times, the extreme costs of childcare.
Follow up.
Thank you, and thank you. So in your written testimony, you note that the child care program currently provides differential payments if the children have a formal diagnosis of a disability of $100 per week. So that's in addition to the child care scholarship that any low-income child might be eligible for. Is that correct?
Correct. So that would in effect be if you had a family receiving, $150 towards their child care each week, and that child had a diagnosed disability, that center would receive an extra $100 for that child. And it is in recognition that children with high needs or disabilities need different types of supports within the child care setting.
Representative Belcher? No, I'll come back to you.
Thank you,
Belcher.
Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here to take these questions. I'd like to get a little bit deeper into the issue of identifying students with disabilities as far as it says those who are at risk for. And you mentioned that there are clinical guidelines for that. So I'm curious, would a portion, any portion of that clinical guidelines include ACEs or adverse childhood event scoring?
I can't speak exactly to that. Traditional, there are a number of authorized national screening tools. Their ages and stages questionnaire is the number one that we use, but I can't say whether or not there's a child-specific ACEs screening tool. I think that the impact of ACEs is often shown in the development of children, so you would see it that way, but I can't speak to whether or not there's a specific ACEs screening tool that would be valid. So one thing I want to emphasize is that there are federal guidelines about what we can and cannot do with child care scholarship funds. So the amendment is written to not identify specific screening tools because the screening tools change and they need to meet certain state and federal guidelines. And also we want to give DHHS the deference to ensure that those were the best tools. Also in here is a need to do verification. So if there's an ages and stages questionnaire done at a child care center before a child is enrolled and that indicates there's a high risk of developmental delay, that would have to be verified by a licensed professional. So just to give a little bit more context of what needs to happen.
If I may, just
there
a
a
quick,
follow-up? Yes.
yes, thank you. So one of the reasons I wanted to get deeper into this is because these services that are offered to various students, now they're certainly needed by some students, but they do have the potential to be harmful if they're given to students who don't necessarily need them. Now, at least if we have a diagnosis, we have some level of certitude that these services are actually necessary. But without a diagnosis, should we have concerns about the risk of introducing these potential treatments and other things to students?
So I think,
might not?
sorry to interrupt, but I think the clarification here is the child care center is not offering a treatment. We're supporting the child care center to have additional capacity to keep those kids within their center. So one thing we heard is a number of children who have more complex developmental challenges are being kicked out of child care because child care centers do not have the staffing or training or expertise to be able to ensure those kids can stay there. And that in part has to do with the pressures on the child care centers, the long wait lists. So to take in a child that is more complex but could benefit from being around their peers, child care centers have to suppress the number of other children that they can have in the classroom. And that's just because the child demands more from the center itself. So I want to clarify that this bill does not create a treatment for kiddos. It allows that center to hire a paraprofessional to come in to support the teacher. It helps them to purchase classroom-based programs or initiatives that may help bolster the child care center's ability to take in a diverse type of children.
Just a follow-up to what you were saying, and then I'll go back to Representative Damon, then Representative beside me. The difference between student and children, I don't want to mix and match these terminologies here. We have students in grades K through 12, but we also deal with child find early in 3 through 5 ages. Below age 3, we're not talking students, are we?
No.
So we need to get that clarified.
Yep. And I will say that for that age 3 to 5, Child Find is a great resource,
Yeah.
but often those services may not be done in the classroom with peers or the child is off site. And so this is really about how do you equip a child care center to be in a better position to take all kids or consider all kids? Because the reality right now is that many centers, based on the pressures on our child care system in New Hampshire, are not taking these children in. And it is creating not only a burden on the workforce, but on families when you cannot find a child care center that you know your child will be safe at and be supported at. And I do not, pass judgment on child care centers because it is a lack of capacity, it is a lack of funding. And although this is a small amount, we have heard from centers it would be extremely helpful in their ability to and desire to serve all children of the state.
Thank you. Representative Damon and then Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again.
And then I'll come down.
Could you speak to the results of facilitating a child's developmentally appropriate care at a younger age in terms of their capabilities going forward, what is likely to happen? And I know that's a broad question.
I can provide more specific details on the return on investment around early intervention and children being able to be in childcare. And going back to ACEs, we know that one of the major interventions in a positive way for children who have experienced adversity and have a high ACEs score is high quality childcare. So being in situations where there are strong serve and return relationships that help that brain architecture results in lots of savings, not only to the state, but also in that child's life, being able to build that strong foundation so that they can be a hardworking member of, New Hampshire's future. So it's an important investment.
Representative Dry?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. In my own hometown, we have a variety of childcare situations. There are people that do it in their home. There is a business that uses a building in town, and now there's talk of pre-K at the school. Are all those varieties eligible for this scholarship fund?
Yeah, that's one of the most wonderful things about our childcare scholarship program is that it allows childcare to be in lots of licensed settings. So that can be a home setting, that can be a faith-based setting, that can be a childcare center. So at the core of it really is parental choice, and that where do you want your kid to be served based on your values and systems and community. So again, this bill would also provide that support to those centers. As long as they are accepting, they participate in our child care scholarship program, and the child in question qualifies for child care scholarship. So again, this is a program that is aimed at low-income working New Hampshire families.
Representative Myler and then Representative Petronell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. You mentioned the issue again of low income. It's interesting. This is kind of a new area for us. We usually are dealing with kids either pre-K or not this young of a child. So the question I have, you mentioned low income. Could you define low income? And also, is there an annual recertification of the families to be able to participate in this program? Thank you.
Yes, and that's a great question. Through bipartisan efforts last year, this legislature modified what low income was. So right now the cap is 85% of state median income. At that point and above, you don't qualify for scholarship any longer. And the amount of your scholarship is based on steps that are determined by your family's income and size. So it's variable. I can provide you all with some background so you have clarity on exactly how much those income brackets are. I don't remember them off the top of my head. So it is based on family size and income with a cap, and there is annual recertification, just like any other program. You're welcome.
Representative Petronell.
Thank you. And thank you for being here and taking my question. Can you give me an example of some of the children who might be turned away from these child care settings?
Yeah, so in my testimony, and I think Senator Ricciardi, it's children who may be presenting with ADHD or hyperactivity or autism, but they have not yet been screened by Child Find because they're not 3, and they may not have had a formal diagnosis for a number of reasons. It also can be individuals who are new to this country and they do not speak English yet. And so it is very difficult for them to assimilate, and we do not have the training or capacity within the staff to be able to provide those supports. It also can be kids who've experienced complex trauma. So children that have been in the foster care system that are now, at the point of living in a safe and stable environment, and they're being introduced into childcare, and they have many behavioral health needs that aren't diagnosed or addressed in traditional means.
Thank you very much.
Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So do you have any insight on why it sounds like there is a need, obviously, in the child care setting for more support or more assistance? Have you got any insight on why that is so?
That's a complicated question. You all are very used to focusing on K through 12, and the first thing I'll say is our childcare system doesn't have a subsidy that is for every child. There are not requirements that young children from birth through age 3 receive special services based on their diagnosis. Often that is determined whether or not the family has adequate access to health care, and there are other social barriers, whether it is financial. So these children are not in the same system as K-12, and there are many gaps in funding and support. Our childcare system is tuition-based. So there are many market dynamics within our childcare system that the expectations are similar through K through 12, but the funding streams are not, which is why looking at our child care development block grant is so crucial. How are we maximizing those federal dollars to ensure that we're really helping our low-income working families and their children?
Further questions? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you again for taking my question. In the child care block grant program now, about how many youngsters are being serviced?
I do not want to
Yes.
guess, between 5 and 6,000.
Wow, okay.
And I should also note there are some, there are traditional children, and then there are children through our protective and preventative who access childcare if they are in the our child protection system.
I can just, final question. I'm going back to follow up on what Representative Ladd asked a minute ago about the funding piece. I want to make sure I understood correctly what this says. When I'm looking at the end of the Bill 29 and then on page 2, 1, 2, and 3, am I to interpret, particularly on page 2, the line 1, that actual state funds is going to be no more than $1?
That is what was
So this is really not a state taxpayer fund. This is a redistribution of federal money and how it goes.
I will leave that question hopefully for finance, but there is some nuance around figuring out how we fund this, both maximizing what we have for our child care scholarship and minimizing our state fund appropriation.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Just a follow-up regarding Medicaid. We have Medicaid for the schools, and we work with HHS. Does that Medicaid offer any support down on age 3 to less?
So this is a complicated area. And yes, if a child has a diagnosed disability, Medicaid will pay for certain interventions. However, those interventions cannot be classroom based. So really, when you're looking at helping a child in that 0 to 3 age, you have to have a matrix of different funding streams and types of services. I think one of the largest gaps is the idea that how do we keep children in rooms with other children? Because we know how important that is. This bill provides a small differential to allow those classroom-based approaches, whether it's supporting the teacher or the child specifically. The ways in which we can support young children 0 to 3 through Medicaid are very, very limited, and they are not conducive or they don't really support childcare as a whole. And the childcare provider often can't be the one because those are more interventions and treatments. They are not classroom-based supports.
And a follow-up question, I noticed that the effective date on this is January 1, 2025. Are you working on the annual year, the fiscal year, and there's also rulemaking in here as well. Is that all attached somehow?
Yes, so the effective date is there to give DHHS time to engage into rulemaking so that it can be effectively rolled out at that time.
And 6 months is enough time?
That is what DHHS and I discussed and seems like would be ample time for this.
Thank you. Are there further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, and thank you again. Would it be correct to recognize that helping the students who would qualify under this proposal to be in a normal childcare setting is also good for the other children there?
Yes.
Further questions? Thank you very much, Rebecca.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'd like to invite Kathy Holmes. Good morning. There you go.
Yes, Kathy Holmes.
One thing I didn't remind, I've been asked by the committee, we have some renovation, or not renovation, destruction going across the street here, and it gets noisy at times. So when there are people speaking, can you speak really closely to the mic so all can hear, especially that side of the room, they're having difficulty.
Okay, Kathy Holmes, Chichester. I just got this bill last night. This isn't the bill, but this was my testimony and listening. I've been altering it, so you see, I'm understanding more about the bill even now. My career has been in teaching for 40 years. And my view is that the Democrats, well, no, I won't start with that. I'll go with, well, the Democrats do have a playbook. And this is what I saw in all my years. Identify more learning disability problems, learning difficulties, and you get more budget, you get bigger. They want more control and more rule. I'm sorry. But the playbook that I saw then is in this bill too. It's at the root, it's expanding the money they get. And this bill is rushed. There's another tactic that they use. I'm sorry that some Republican friends have joined in on this bill, but there's a red flag too. Whenever a Republican agrees with a Democrat, sailors take warning.
Yes, I hear you, Representative Luno. I would appreciate that we're not going to be critical, either Democrats or Republicans in here. This has co-sponsorship on that bill if we look at it. Yeah, I got it. So we're not going to do any more of this one way or the other.
Mr. Chair, point of order, can we point to any House rule that would prohibit a member of the public from speaking freely in this committee?
Representative, I am speaking right now to everybody here. We're not going to openly say that this is a Democratic bill, this is a Republican bill. We're not going there.
Well, I said they joined together.
Or that it's a causation as a result of one party or the other. Let's present the bill.
I'm talking about myself too. I'm a Republican.
I understand that. Go ahead, please.
Another point is that this sounds like a welfare state. This system that's been used in K through 8, which was what I had my career in, is now expanding down to infants. So I think you need to steer clear of this bill.
Is there any further information from the committee? Are there any questions? Representative Woodcock?
Good morning. Can you tell me what grade level and what subject area you taught?
Kindergarten for most of the years, and then art and music up to 8th, junior high history.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
And I was in public and private schools.
Thank you. Are there any other pink cards for this bill? Not seeing any, so we're going to close the hearing on 596. Thank you. And we'll open up the next one. At 10 o'clock. So we have about a 23-minute break here. Okay, I'd like to have all committee members take their seats. We are ready to move forward with the next bill, which would be 341.
This was from the woodpeckers. What's this? 375 is. Oh, that's the one at 11. There's 341.
375s are going up here. All right. Why don't you walk over and get one on the table then?
No, I just don't know.
It's spring colors today. I know, I like that color. I have a sweater.
Okay, we got 24 cards.
Yeah.
25, 26. There's more coming in. 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, good morning, everybody. We're ready to go ahead with Senate Bill 341. This is a hearing relative to mandatory disclosure by school district employees to parents, and I'd like to welcome Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. It's great to be back in front of House Education again. This is probably one of your shorter bills, one page. It's a pretty simple statement of it's a process bill. What the bill does, just like in many other areas of law, we have timelines and processes that have to occur in order to be accountable to our citizens. This bill establishes a process and a timeline. It says that educators, meaning school districts, must respond to a parent's written request for information within 10 days, and that response has to be honest and transparent. There was follow-up conversation talking about what if the disclosure of the information puts the child at risk. So therefore, in section 2 of this bill, we establish an escape clause for the educator that says that if in a fair and good faith determination of the credentialing holder, the educator, that the disclosure of the information would put a child at risk, they're not obligated to disclose. However, educators are mandatory reporters. If they know a child is at risk, they have an obligation to report. And this bill just says that if they've chosen not to disclose because it'll put the child at risk, that child is at risk and therefore should have a disclosure of that information under the mandatory reporting component. What happens if someone lies, an educator lies, doesn't disclose, what happens? The answer is that that's a matter of employment and a matter of discipline, right? In any one of our jobs, if you were to lie, would you be expected not to have disciplinary action? The answer is no, right? We would all expect that if we lied, we would have disciplinary action taken against us by our employer. So what this bill does is set a process that if it comes out that there was a lie was done, it would be an investigation, determine with, in fact, whether there was a lie, and then that would be subject to the Code of Ethics, which I saw that was handed out, you guys all have in front of you, the Teacher Code of Ethics, and allow the local school board or the Department of Education to take action based on the Code of Ethics. That's the bill. Pretty straightforward, pretty clear. I'm amazed that we're having an argument that we even anybody would oppose the idea that a teacher should be truthful to a parent. And we're going to have a fight about this. We think that it's okay not to be truthful to a parent. I struck like 3 terms in the House, serving several times on this committee as a substitute, and over in the Senate, serving on the House Education. When we talk about the trust relationship, right? Everyone talks about the trust relationship that occurs. And if you're talking to the educator side of the argument, they believe that the priority of the trust relationship is the teacher to the student is the priority. And if you talk to a parent, their argument is that the trust relationship is between the school district and the parent. Remember, we have compulsory education. Parents are obligated to send their kid to school. They have to trust that that school is going to act appropriately. So the trust relationship isn't between, the priority isn't between the teacher and the student. The priority relationship is the trust that I give as a father of 4. When I send my child to a public school, trusting they're going to educate my child, they're going to act appropriately with my child. And if I have any questions about that, I should be able to ask the question, put it in writing and ask a question, get a timely, honest response from the school. That's my right as a parent for engaging in that trust relationship with public education. This bill just does that. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Senator. Are there questions of Senator Lang? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Based on the way that you explained the, what was your phrase, process, that this is a process bill and what it is, should it not therefore apply to every educational setting that a student would be in New Hampshire?
Again, I think it has to deal with every credentialed educator, right? That's what it applies to. Every credentialed educator.
Further questions, Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Senator, for taking my question. How is the department going to enforce this section to determine whether there's been a violation made by the credential holder to supply both a complete and honest response?
Sure. Thank you for the question. First off, I hope we don't have an argument on what honest means and what complete means. I'm pretty sure those are pretty simple terms. We all understand what that means, honest and complete. It would be like any other violation of the ethics code. When someone files a complaint, there's an investigation done, they would make a determination in the ruling whether or not the ethics code was violated and then take action accordingly.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much. Oh, the Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Senator. Take my question. I'm not going to go up on honest to complete. I do have a question, though.
Steve, closer to the mic.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Milo. So, a parent, for some reason, whatever that reason may be, is going to submit a written request to a teacher asking, what is the curriculum dealing with social studies, World War II? And the teacher responds that here it is, or it's on the website, But if a parent wants to know more about something more personal, and they ask a teacher, do you know, for instance, if my son John is involved with Mary Sue? And Mary Sue has already confided, or John has confided the teacher, we're involved, we're in love, yada, yada, yada. The teacher is required to tell them that this youngster is involved with that girl.
So again, if it's knowledge known to the teacher, and it's not it's not a guess, it's not hearsay, it's not, in your instance that you gave me, there was a direct conversation between the student and the teacher. Yes, I don't think in any instance that a school should keep secrets from parents.
Follow up?
Thank you. So, I guess I'm not thinking of a secret. I'm thinking about if I come to that teacher as a student, and I understand your trust scenario there, although I don't particularly agree with it. If I come to the parent, to the teacher as a student and say, I think Mary Sue and I need help. Is there any place that you can suggest that we go to get help? I don't want my parents to know because we don't know what's going on. We just need to get more help. So it's not a 51A. It's not child abuse. It's not imminent danger. I'm afraid my parents would not accept this and they may throw me out, okay? So those don't meet any of the criteria of 51A. But they do meet the criteria of the student in need. So am I precluded from saying, well, you know what? I think you should go to the guidance counselor or to maybe to the school nurse or to the doctor's office, or depending what the issue happens to be. I only can tell you that in honesty, because you're asking me. But if a teacher asks me in writing, have you had conversations with my youngster, or do you know anything about that? I have to respond to that and put that youngster at risk.
Well, again, so I would, just like we have a difference apparently in the trust relationship argument, where that trust relationship resides, where I think it's with the parents and you must think it's with the students. In this situation, again, schools should not keep secrets from parents, period, right? Is that when a conversation occurs, the teacher should always play in mind that when a conversation occurs, the relationship is with the parent, and if asked, they have to give an honest answer. You can't lie about that to a parent.
Last one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, last one, surely. So I want to go back to this thing. Just, have you ever taught in a school?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever taught in a school?
Yes, I have.
Okay, in a public school?
Yes.
Okay, good. So you know that the students would come to you and ask you things. If that is the student's only lifeline to get information is through that teacher, and they're petrified that you're going to tell their parent, so we're going to now allow the student to be out there confused, not have any accurate direction, so because we're afraid we have to tell the parent. I mean, can you understand what my concern as a teacher?
Absolutely. I understand your concern. But again, I go back to the argument of the trust relationship. The relationship is not between the student and the teacher. The relationship is between the teacher and the parent, and the trust that the parent puts in the public education system to teach their child.
Would it be fair to say if the trust is there?
Can I finish?
Excuse me.
So again, if that relationship is truthful, right? I would presume by your question, you think it's okay for the teacher not to tell the parent that information and hide it from the parent. I disagree.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Are there further, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. So would it be, based upon what you've said so far, Senator, would it be fair to say that this bill would end the confidentiality that teachers would have with students? Is that correct?
I think I was pretty clear. Teachers should never keep secrets from parents.
So the answer is yes.
The answer is teachers should never keep secrets
The
from parents.
answer is yes?
I don't know how many times I can answer the question.
Well, I'm just asking you a very simple
The answer is
question.
yes.
Yes or no?
Yes, teachers should not keep secrets from parents.
So there's no confidentiality then? Thank you.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I was just wondering, I know that there was an initiative in the Department of Education for a program called One Trusted Adult. How do you see this bill interacting with the program One Trusted Adult? Because the whole premise of the program is to give students who might be in need or need an extra person to talk to at a certain time, might not be ready to talk to their parents. To me, this just totally dissolves that program.
Again, nothing stops the student from talking to the parent. Student talking to the teacher. Nothing stops that interaction. There's nothing in this bill that says they can't have that communication.
Further questions? I want to remind everybody, we have 35 cards up here. And so if you have another follow-up, Representative Balboni, can we do it quickly? No? Yes, Representative Cornell?
I think there should be trust everywhere, but you're not getting to the trust between the student, the child, and the parent. So if the parent has to write a written note to the teacher asking them about something their child is doing, wouldn't the parent go to the child first, and shouldn't they have that relationship so that they can trust the child to tell them the truth?
Thank you for the question. So I'm a parent to 4 kids, 2 boys and 2 girls. I was lucky enough to go girl, boy, girl, boy. But as I know, with my own children, is that a relationship between a parent and a child ebbs and flows. There are times your kids will tell you things you wish they didn't tell you, and there are times that they won't talk to you at all. That's the nature of a child. And so if I'm in the ebb side of that relationship with my child, where the child, I know there's something going on. Child's not talking to me, my child, so where do I go? The next most trusted adult, which is a teacher, and say, hey, I'm concerned about my child. I have a question about my child. You're the next trusted adult beyond me as a parent that would have information. Will you please help me with this? right? That's what we're asking for, is parents may need help, right? Because of the relationship between a child and a parent ebbs and flows, right? And so in that case where there's an ebbing of the relationship with a parent, then the parent has someone to go to as well, the trusted adult that they trust to teach their child, to educate their child, to be with their child for a significant portion of their time. The parent has the right to go and say, can you help me out here? Right? And what this bill says is that they have an obligation to help.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Senator, for providing us with this bill. I like the intention and where this bill is going. I like very much. I have a little bit of a concern, hoping you can help assuage it a little bit. So let me paint you a picture of what I'm thinking. So because this bill uses the standard of good faith determination of the credential holder and not the reasonable person standard, and it also goes on to talk about, it goes on to create a requirement for reporting, with the argument seemingly being that if there is a requirement or if there is a real reason to fear any sort of imminent harm to a child due to disclosing this information, then there really is also a risk generally to the child. I guess my concern comes in is, okay, we've played out the scenario. It's been reported because it's in this bill, even though the teacher wouldn't have reported it otherwise because they weren't really thinking about it. Now, it turns out the complaint was totally unfounded. You go to the process of trying to hold somebody accountable.
Is there a question?
Yes, I'm just
We
trying
need to get to it real quickly, not a background,
setting
just
the
a
stage, I
question.
get it.
Yeah, so, okay, so now the standard to move forward is based on not the reasonable person standard, but the good faith of this person. Is it even possible realistically to think that somebody can be held accountable for a report that is false under that standard in this?
So my answer is yes. Again, so my previous life, I was a police prosecutor, so I understand the stages of knowing, reckless, negligent, those kind of things, right? So again, in this case, if a teacher had a good faith argument, they have to articulate that. They have to be able to just, if they're being challenged, they have to be able to say, here's why I thought that. And then a reasonable arbiter would have to say, no, you had a good reason to think that. And so therefore you have the right to withhold the information. So I think, again, it's about the investigation and about why, if a teacher chose to withhold information, what was their reasoning for doing that? And that standard is based on good faith reasoning.
Representative Terry, excuse me. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been a long day already, I guess. The concept here of confidentiality has been re-raised during the questioning that you've received, and I'm wondering, are you aware of whether or not there is any sort of standard established in law with respect to confidentiality between a student and a teacher and a student? Is there any basis for this in law, confidentiality, such that a teacher would not have to disclose because of a kind of a quasi-confidential relationship that's been established?
So I guess what you're trying to get to is like a doctor-patient relationship,
Yeah.
attorney-client privilege, that kind of thing. Is there not to my knowledge at all? There's no such standard at all.
Thank you. I didn't think so. Thanks.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing it. Thank you very much, Senator. For the remaining people who would like to testify here today, we're going to have a 2-minute rule. We'll put that in effect. We're broaching 40 cards here. So I'd like to first ask Representative Selig. Is Representative Selig here? Yeah. Yeah. Pardon me? Oh, at the time? Yeah, you can do that then. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Education Committee. Although I'm now a state representative, as you probably know from previous times I've testified before you, I used to be a middle school and high school English teacher. I've been out of the classroom for a while now. Some of my former students have now turned 40, but they still reach out to me for guidance and advice. In fact, I was chatting with one online just yesterday. When I was a teacher, I worked really hard to foster relationships with all of my students so that they would feel safe and comfortable talking with me about problems. Sometimes it was how to navigate a difficult situation with another teacher. Sometimes it was because they'd had an argument with their parents and needed to find a safe space to vent so they could go back and work out whatever the issue was. We would often practice how to have that conversation so that they'd be able to go back and no matter what their parents say, they'd be able to stay calm to have the discussion with their parents. Sometimes it was about relationship issues. Sometimes it was about relationship issues they knew their parents wouldn't be comfortable with. In fact, one of my specific responsibilities as an advisor was to create the kind of safe space where students could come talk to me to get the advice and guidance they needed on how to navigate those challenging aspects of their life. And it was crucial that I kept their confidence while they figured out these issues. There were some occasions where kids might have come to talk to me because they knew or maybe they suspected they were LGBTQ and they just needed to figure out how to talk to their parents about it when they felt safe and ready to do so. They might have discussed their depression. They might have discussed their worries about their parents' health. In one case, I had a student who came to me because it was just after 9/11 and her father, an unnamed Pentagon official, had just been deployed. That was certainly something I had to keep extremely confidential from everyone. So kids came to talk to me about all sorts of things. We need that safe space. We need to have that ability. In general, my children do feel safe. I have 2 teenagers. They feel safe coming to talk to me about most things, but not everything.
Time's up.
Okay, I urge you to oppose this bill
that's good.
because it's harmful to children.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of the representative? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. I'd like to, the rule we have here, we always have reps or senators speak first, but we have a lady here with 5 children. And I think it'd be very appropriate that we have you come forward and testify if you want to do it at this time or not. I don't know your name. Yeah.
I didn't submit to say anything, but.
Okay, you didn't submit it. I didn't know if you had a card in here or not, and I don't know who you are. Oh, you're more than welcome. So then I'll go to Representative Peter Petrigno.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Good morning to you and members of the committee. There we go. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Prior to becoming a state representative, I was a high school teacher for 40 years, both in private and public schools. And I'm here to speak on behalf of my students who, over the years, some have confided in me and didn't necessarily want me sharing with others. There was the student who, for whatever reason, felt the need to complain to me about her mother almost every day, sometimes breaking down in tears. Now, as a young adult, she and her mother are best friends, and I was happy to preside over her wedding this past summer. There was the student who confided in me that she didn't believe that her father loved her because he took a strong interest in her brother's sports and attended all of his games, but didn't go to any of her school events and didn't support her ambitions to go to college. I remember the student who shared with me how sad she was because she broke up with her boyfriend. She did so because she believed it was inevitable anyway, since they'd soon be going off to college. Then I told her, you know, you should just enjoy senior year and see how things play out. Well, today they're married. My only regret is they didn't name their firstborn child after me. Most disheartening was the student who told me about her mother's mental illness, and that her father was an alcoholic, and that when he'd come home from work drunk, they would argue, and she would go out to the car to escape, sometimes falling asleep there. Today, she's married, she has her own child, and I can go on and on and on with stories. Kids come to talk to their teachers about all kinds of things. My point is this: these are real people, these are kids who sometimes feel the need to talk with a trusted adult, especially if for whatever reason they just don't feel comfortable or are not ready to talk with their parents, just to vent, to share their worries and concerns, bounce ideas off of, to be reassured, validated, and to know that they can be open, talk freely without being harshly judged. Last point quickly, please. I serve on children and family law, okay, and I can tell you that there are many, many dysfunctional families out there. In a perfect world, parents could talk to kids and kids could talk to parents, but we know that's not a reality. Plain and simple, this is a harmful legislation, and I urge you, please, to vote in expedient to legislate.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there questions? Yes, Representative Paterno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You gave a lot of examples of instances where students came to you and confided in you, but have you ever had do you have any examples of parents asking you questions that you felt like they shouldn't have the answer to?
No, that's the thing that I find quite interesting about this bill, is that after 40 years, I really never had any student ask me questions or come to me to confide in matters of their sexual orientation or identity. It's just a matter of kids opening up and talking. But I mean, should that parent ask me, is my child talking to you about my relationship with my husband? Do I have to reveal, well, yes, she told me that you struggle with mental illness and your husband comes home drunk every night? I mean, that would be incredibly awkward and inappropriate. But that student really felt they needed to go to an adult and just get that off their chest and just express it. And should a parent ask me, what is it that my kid is talking to you about? And I have to answer those kinds of questions. Kids need to talk to an adult sometimes, just to vent. So, I don't know.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. I just wanted to nail down one part and be clear. You were talking about students when you had been involved, confiding things like sexual orientation and whatnot. Is it your intent to testify to this committee that children in public schools should be able to talk about sex with employees of public schools privately and with expectation of confidentiality from their parents?
I think that most teachers are responsible adults and they're surrogate parents, in that when students come to them and ask them honest questions, they expect honest answers. And so I have to say that I loved being a teacher and I loved my students and I treated them like I would treat my own kids, my own children. I took my profession very, very seriously. This past weekend, I was at a political event in Manchester, and a 50-year-old man saw me and said, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Petrino?" And I said, "Yes." He said, "I had you in school many years ago, and wow, I just can't believe that I've run into you. And I have to thank you for all you did for me many, many years ago." And I was surprised he recognized me, because back then I had hair. But I really felt good to know that I made an impact on this person's life. Teachers are surrogate parents, and good teachers want to do good things for kids. And I really believe that this legislation takes away that important relationship. When kids have no place to turn to, they can go to a teacher that they trust, and you can have honest and open discussions with them. And there's nothing wrong with that, nothing wrong at all. It's very healthy and normal and natural.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
I'd like to call forward Representative Tim Horgan.
Thank you very much. As probably most of you probably remember, I'm Representative Tim Horgan from Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham. And I actually never have been a teacher, but I was although my father's an educator, he's a professor, and my mother trained to be a teacher too, and I was a student for many years, so I think I know a thing or two about this issue. And this bill, comes at a height of what I only describe as nationwide anti-LGBTQ panic, especially anti-gay and anti-trans panic. Because the B stands for bisexual, and everybody's at least somewhat bisexual. No straight person is completely straight. No gay person, it's completely, 100% gay. So these issues are difficult for any young person. And this actually isn't just about, issues about sex or gayness or straightness, because it covers just about anything. So it would make it essentially impossible for a child to discuss anything confidentially with their teachers or really any other adults at the school. Any parent will be able to, in fact, any parent will be able to ban a report on just about anything going on at the child's school. That report has to come out within a pretty short time period, 10 business days, which is equivalent to 2 weeks. And the report has to be made by the individual educator rather than by the school. Even that teacher isn't really necessarily in a position to be able to definitively speak for the school or even, give a useful answer to the question. So there's many reasons why a young person might discuss something with a trusted adult, which are not ready to discuss with their parents. I mean, even those of us, well, my parents both passed away, but even even when I was an older person, I sometimes found things hard to discuss with my parents that I could discuss more easily with other people. And if this becomes law, confidentiality is only allowed when this child is at imminent risk of physical harm. So the risk isn't.
Your time is up.
Anyway, it's a bad idea. There's just many problems. It makes no provision for situation where the parent asks for material information which violates the privacy of someone else's child. You have the written testimony. I've actually emailed it to everyone, submitted printouts, and put it on the web portal, so you have 3 copies of it. And so it can't be fixed. It's not needed, so I recommend that you find it eligibility to legislate. I'm glad to see.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing, thank you.
Yes, it's just not needed, so.
Call forward Kate McCarty.
Squeeze my 3-minute speech into a 2-minute speech, so I might have to talk a little fast. So, I'm here to oppose SB 341. You know, every time one of these bills comes up, I'm sorry?
Just give your name first, please.
Oh, Kate McCarty, I'm sorry, I thought you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So every time one of these bills comes up, my mind does this thing. It starts casting about, trying to think of some magical word or phrase that will end this. But I'm always disappointed because there are no magical words I can say that will fix it. But countless medical professionals, social workers, and teachers have said them over and over again. These bills are harmful and they keep repeating that. I'm a 911 dispatcher. More times than I can count, a caller will say, I don't know what to do. And I'll be saying, all you need to do is listen and I'll tell you exactly what to do. I see the same thing happening here. Half of you are saying, trans kids, what should we do? And the professionals are all saying, all you need to do is listen. We're telling you exactly what to do. And that should be enough. When a bill comes before you, do you do research? Do you study all the pros and cons? Do you do what we're trusting you to do and trust the professionals, the ones who know more about these things than anyone else? Or do you look for someone who gets their stories from a subreddit, who provides only anecdotal evidence that can't be fact-checked? When did one pathological liar with a sandwich board become more of an authority on transgender issues than all of the professionals and the actual trans people who are the subject of these bills put together? If you were questioned down the line about why you voted the way you did on these issues, how will you answer? Will you be able to say, I thought it was a bad idea because all of the professionals said it was? Or will you have to say, I thought it was a good idea because the lady with the big sign said it was, and well, that's how our party votes. New Hampshire is at a crossroads, make no mistake. There will be an accounting later on when the body count rises, when the homeless teen population grows, when Gen Z ages out and demands answers, because they will. This generation understands that people don't need to dress a certain way in order to be respected. They understand that simply addressing someone by the pronouns they choose will do no harm. This generation has had enough. They've had enough of hiding during lockdown drills and having to urinate in a litter box because they can't come out till it's safe, and then reading the next day that the litter boxes are to accommodate kids who identify differently. Because as always, someone has to lie to try and turn the country against trans kids.
Your time is up.
Oh, all right. So, just please vote the way you should.
Are there questions from the committee? Thank you.
Thank you.
Heidi Heath.
Honorable members of the committee, good morning. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. I'm Heidi Carrington Heath, and I serve as the executive director of Seacoast Outright. We are New Hampshire's oldest LGBTQ+ organization, and we are focused on serving youth across New Hampshire. I'm here today in opposition to SB 341. Our objections are simple and clear. Students deserve to be safe at school. They deserve the opportunity to have safe and confidential conversations with trusted adults in preparation for having those conversations with their parents and their caregivers. They deserve the opportunity to develop healthy autonomy and to advocate for their own well-being. This bill puts the health and well-being of LGBTQ+ students, an already vulnerable group, particularly at risk. The language in this bill is vague and broad. It could be construed as a mandate to out students to their parents before they are ready, or in situations where it may be unsafe to do so. We know that students learn best and are most successful in a school environment when they feel safe, seen, and protected. The Department of Education's own words state clearly what we know to be true. Research shows that youth who can name a trusted adult outside of their home are less likely to bully or be bullied, suffer from depression, abuse substances, be suspended, expelled, or drop out of school. In short, we are asking the state to live up to what our own DOE has already advocated for and to protect the relationship between students and teachers, including LGBTQ+ students. At Seacoast Outright, we work to foster community, empathy, and understanding, and we believe this bill is detrimental to that work. Thank you again for hearing my testimony this morning.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you for your testimony. And you mentioned that part of this bill is vague and would be detrimental. And I'm just curious, what portion of the bill, is there a particular line that you find problematic?
We believe that the language about completely and honestly is not adequately defined in the bill and could be misconstrued to be harmful to students.
And may I follow
Yes.
up? How could that be misconstrued? Do you have a way that you are interpreting that you believe is different than what the prime sponsor intended? Or?
I think I captured that in my testimony, but particularly for the youth that we serve, we have concerns that this could put students in a position where they are outed to their parents before they're ready to do so because a teacher believes that they need to operate within the confines of how this bill is written.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to call forward Pamela Sinati.
You pronounced my last name correctly. Yay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm
Good
going to
morning.
abbreviate this for the sake of time. I've already submitted online. So my name is Pamela Sinot, and I live in Concord. And I'm a licensed independent clinical social worker with over 26 years of experience in the field, working with children and adolescents and their families. I have worked with several teens who are members of the LGBTQ+ community. I'm going to skip some of this and go straight to the two things that concern me about the bill. One, this has to do with the language. How will the credential holder, in all likelihood either a teacher or a guidance counselor, be able to determine whether or not to disclose, quote, would put the student at imminent risk of physical harm, abuse, or neglect, end quote, and be able to make such a determination in less than 48 hours in order to, quote, file a report within 48 hours of such a determination. Such a requirement would further burden school staff and, in essence, force them to take on another role, that of the, quote, outing police. Two, the one type of risk to the student that is not defined in SB 341 is what is perhaps the most common risk, emotional abuse, which can take many forms. The word abuse is included in the bill but is not defined clearly. Emotional abuse can include passive-aggressive behaviors like stonewalling, that is ignoring or not speaking to someone, or excluding a child from a family activity. There are many ways to express disapproval or anger. I urge you to vote in opposition to this harmful and unnecessary bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Good morning. Thank you for coming in and speaking. In your experience as a social worker for, like I said, 26 years, did you ever have students referred to you, that came to you, could they talk to their teacher and said they should go see you?
Usually from guidance counselors.
Guidance counselor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you so
Yes.
much.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much. I'd like to call forward Cameron Munns.
Thank you. My name is Cameron Munns. I was an art teacher in the state of New Hampshire for 11 years, and I'm a proud trans person. So I speak to you today with professional and lived experiences. It is not likely that I will change anyone's mind since this is a performance day for all of us. We, the public, parade in front of you telling you why we are right. You cast a vote regardless of how well we support hate and ignorance or plead for common sense, our rights, and our decency. What I will ask is that you consider some questions. Relevance. How many cases are you aware of that this is in response to? Students will continue to choose safe adults and decide not to come out to others for critical reasons, regardless of this bill. This bill only stands to create undue fear and shed light on the pervasiveness of misguided ignorance and hate. Knowledge. How have you prepared to vote on this bill? How have you educated yourself on the topic? What data-backed information are you basing this on? Debate and conversation. Who have you heard from? Are they parents or guardians? Are they educators? Are they students? Who have you invited to the table? It is not enough to invite just opinion. I urge you to discover the why and the who behind that opinion. Self-care. What are you doing after this? Do you feel the need to stand in community? Have you ever felt that need following a vote? What would you like to have any of you put yourself in those shoes? As someone with 11 years of experience in the classroom and as a proud trans person, these shoes have had to stand for my community's rights and dignity far too many times. If you have not been in these shoes, you have no business supporting this bill. And if you think about what Representative Lang said about lies and being correct, I need all of you to consider if you have said that you have put time into actually looking into the data of this and actually educating yourselves on this, I hope that you would also hold yourself to the same standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you. I'd like to call forth Nancy Brennan.
Good morning. Thank you. Nancy Brennan, she, her. I live in Ware. I have several problems with this bill. First and foremost, it seems to be one in a number of bills dealing with parental rights. We had earlier bills where teachers were supposed to call if they learned something, and now this one is if you are asked. And I, as a teacher, I taught for many, many years, middle and high school. I feel like there is some desire out there to vilify, especially public school teachers. And so this kind of a bill allows parents who are sure that teachers are doing this, that, or the other thing. I mean, I had a kid who came to me one day and into my office, broke down crying because his parents were getting divorced. He loved his parents. He didn't know they were having troubles, but then he heard that his father had had an affair, and so of course he's telling me all this stuff, and I'm thinking, okay. I mean, I was listening and I was kind, and he said, and you can't tell anybody, because if I tell my friends, they'll tell their parents, and if you tell my mother, she'll be so mad, because she said, don't tell anybody. So I did what most of us who have been in these kind of situations did. I sat with him and I talked to him and I listened to him and I convinced him to go to the guidance counselor, but also to find a way to broach it with his mother. Now, in the meantime, his father had sent me a letter and said, I know you are tutoring Chris 2 days a week in algebra. What else do you talk about? Would I have to relate that story? I think I'd be fired first. And I think a lot of us who have dealt with delicate kids feel the same way. One of my other problems with this, and I have a million stories just like the reps who have taught, but one of the other...
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Beth Sauer? Yes, Scare, SC. I think it's SC.
That's me.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Thanks for taking my testimony. My name's Beth Scare, and I'm a grandmother from Nashua, and I support this bill. In 2017, Bruce Langtot, a social studies teacher at Nashua High, an advisor to the school's Gay Straight Alliance Club, was arrested for sending nude pictures of himself to several male students and engaging in sexually explicit conversations with them and soliciting the students to send him naked photos of themselves. He also solicited them to meet with him to engage in sex on the app Grindr. In 2021, Timberland High School teacher David Russell was charged with 2 felony counts of sexual assault for inappropriately touching a 16-year-old student he had formerly taught in Nashua, where he was accused of touching young female students and giving them therapeutic massages. Teachers sexually abusing students is not uncommon. These teachers are two I know the details of because of their association with my city of Nashua. Google teachers sexually abusing students in New Hampshire to find many, many more such cases. Many of those testifying saying they are concerned about protecting LGBTQ students and that we should automatically trust teachers to do the best for their students. And these teachers can be trusted to keep secrets from parents. The truth is that no one cares about kids more than their parents. Teachers are human and fallible and have much less invested in the well-being of students and have their own interests at heart. Many say this bill undermines trust between students and teachers, but those same people think nothing of undermining trust between those students and their parents by allowing teachers to hide information. Children hide a lot of critical information from parents when they're taking drugs, cutting themselves, starving themselves, binging, purging, driving recklessly, and the list goes on. By the same logic I've heard from many, the fact that the child is hiding that from parents means that the parents can't be trusted with that information. That is ludicrous. The bill says that the teacher does not have to tell parents anything until the parent inquires. If the parents...
Your time is up.
Okay. Anyway, I think teachers should not be lying about these critical issues. And because of this, families are fleeing public schools. If people care about public schools, they need to win back the trust of parents. Please vote ought to pass. Thank you.
Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
And I also have testimony from my husband, Stephen Scare.
Okay. Do you have written testimony right there? Could you hand that around so we could put it in as anybody with written testimony? We'd like to put that as part of the docket of the record. Okay, I'd like to call forward Nancy Biederman.
Good morning, Nancy Biederman. I would like to state, first of all, that teachers are not the kids' friends. And I'd also say they're not surrogate parents either. And that has been stated a number of times today. When a child enters a school, that parent has known their child for many, many years. A teacher will know a student for maybe 180 days, 925 hours if that child's in the elementary school by the end of the year. You don't know the history. You don't know the child. You don't know the family. You don't know anything about that child and the circumstances. How can any teacher believe that they know what is best for any student under that time limit? I have heard many people vilify parents and say parents are wrong. Parents' rights do not end when a child enters the school building. And from being a teacher of 15 years, and I've taught students K to 12, they come to school, they complain about their parents' decisions, from what they wear to what they eat to who they play with. A parent has the right to direct their child in these decisions. That is not the teacher's job. It's not their right to do anything and say what is right and wrong. If a teacher is concerned about a home situation, they should be reporting the concern to the appropriate people. I've also heard teachers saying that they're coaching and counseling these students. Again, that is not part of your teaching certificate. You are crossing a line. The idea that all parents are guilty and presumed guilty is wrong, and any teacher who thinks that lying to a parent is right, they are wrong. I have never, ever lied to a parent in all my years of teaching. If a parent comes to me and asks about a child or a situation, I have always told them the truth. And the fact that we have to sit there and mandate teachers to tell the truth is just wrong. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Pass this bill.
Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you. Courtney Reed? Is Courtney here? Yep, there she is.
Thank you so much for taking the time to hear my testimony. For the record, my name is Courtney Reed. I serve as policy advocate at the ACLU of New Hampshire, and we oppose this bill because it would create an unlimited burden on educators with the complete and honest standard. And although this bill was amended in the Senate, it is still insufficient to protect students from harm. In reading this bill, we see that it is unsafe, unwelcome, and unworkable. And we've heard numerous times from various stakeholders in the state, such as service providers, the impartial office of the Child Advocate, families, previous teachers, that this legislation would put children at risk. Specifically, less than a month ago, the Office of the Child Advocate had said that this bill would threaten the health, safety, and intrinsic right of Granite State LGBTQ residents and their families. And that's because this bill isn't about honesty when it comes to asking questions from parents. It's about putting teachers in an impossible and unreachable situation where they're being required to meddle in what should be private family affairs. And this complete and honest standard is something that we heard in previous testimony is really used in law for discrete requests, like a list of assets or things like that, not complete and honest in regard to what information a student might have told a teacher in confidence or what a teacher might have heard a student say walking through the halls. And I wanted to pose a scenario where perhaps in compliance with this bill, a parent puts a request asking, several questions like, what does my child have for lunch? Who do they eat lunch with? What clubs are they in? And what sexual orientation is my child? How is a teacher supposed to answer that with this omission requirement? Are they supposed to
Your
just
time is up.
leave one portion blank? I just wanted to express that even a non-answer implies something that could be harmful for the child in this situation. And we've heard so many advocates express that this isn't enough to protect children. And I go at length
Thank you very
to talk
much.
about that.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Are there questions? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Do you think a result of this, I know there's the program we have in New Hampshire, One Trusted Adult, but if this actually goes into effect and certified teachers, not non-certified teachers who are also in the building, but just the certified teachers who will have an ethics complaint filed against them, if a student came to a teacher and said, I'm having a really big problem and I really need to talk to someone, and said, well, don't talk to me. And the student will no longer have any trusted adults to talk to. Do you think that might happen?
I think that this bill, thank you for your question. I think that this bill puts educators in an impossible situation. And one of the things we actually saw in the teacher shortage report that was released just this fall is that bills like this have prompted stress and concerns of consequences, and is one of the reasons that educators are actually leaving the state. And so part of the One Trusted Adult program is that information is meant to stay between the child and the educator unless there are instances of self-harm, threats to harm others, typical instances that we would want to get Child Protective Services or other investigations involved in. But this, I think, and we've heard from the sponsor of the bill, would completely deprive that confidentiality and take away that opportunity for students to build up the confidence and trust with people before talking to their parents. And I think another point of concern with that is that that standard is unworkable. So imagine a parent hears an answer that they don't like. Who's to say whether or not that answer is complete or true? And if there is a disciplinary action or the investigation that's listed in the bill, there's no explicit provision in the bill that gives an educator an appeal process. So I think we're hearing from teachers that there's a real concern that their careers might be on the line when they're just trying to do their jobs. And as far as I know, there's also been no call for this bill from educators. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Lekis?
I'm thinking about, seems that people are assuming that that teacher is the only one who knows anything about that kid. And my question is, if somebody else who also knows, whether by observation or being a friend or whatever, should happen to say something and the parent should happen to find out, say a friend says something to their parents and the parents say something to the kid's parents, and the parents have asked the teacher, and the teacher hasn't either lied or not given a proper or refused to answer. The question is, if those parents then do something harmful, which is what we're talking about, right? If a parent does something harmful because they find out, are they not just as likely to do something harmful if they find out from somebody else rather than the teacher? And should not the parent, if they truly believe that something harmful should be done, report it? Because otherwise it may still be done because that parent may find out in a different way.
Thank you for your question, Representative. So to follow and trying to understand, are you suggesting that it would be better for parents to find out from a teacher that might have heard something in the hallway as opposed to from another community member?
No, what I'm saying, well, it could be because a teacher is a mandatory reporter. What I'm saying is, if the teacher is legitimately afraid that something will happen if the parents find out, should they not be reporting? And will lying make that any different?
Thank you for your question. And so my understanding is that if a educator who's bound by this bill has a good faith determination of imminent risk of physical harm, abuse, or neglect, they then put in a report with GHHS and omit that information. What we have heard from advocates is that this is insufficient to protect youth because the DCYF only gets involved when there are suspected incidences of abuse, not risks of abuse happening. They only get involved after there have been reports of that abuse happening. And so what I was speaking to also was when there is a non-answer, I think advocates are also afraid of what might happen in a non-answer scenario. What does that imply to a parent who educators are not, trained to handle these intimate affairs? What will the response be from a parent? Educators really have no place in getting involved in what are very sensitive, intimate family situations. And I think this bill, as we've heard from many other people, puts them in a situation where they might unintentionally put a child at risk and that there aren't enough safeguards to prevent that from happening.
Thank you. No, we're not going to go with that. Representative Dry.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I'd like to ask a little bit about the One Trusted Adult program. Do you know much about that?
Thank you. I can try to answer your question, but I might defer to some folks who are more active in the education space.
Okay, so I'm just reading that 2 years ago it started to get into the districts for training, and I just wondered on how the progress of that was, and also if it does kind of establish confidentiality for that information in the training that they do for this.
Thank you for your question. I think I would defer that to some other folks from teachers associations to better answer. Thank you.
Representative Terry.
Thank you. Early on in your testimony, you used the word insufficient, perhaps you may recall. And I remember that you characterized the amendment to the bill in the Senate and then as passed in the Senate as being insufficient, the change being insufficient. Representing the American Civil Liberties Union, I'm sure you can appreciate how important precision is with respect to the language and the terms that you use. So I'm curious to know what, in your view, the view of the American Civil Liberties Union, would constitute sufficient changes?
I think that that would be a conversation that I would love to have with you, and in addition with some lawyers at the ACLU. I just wanted to echo again that after that amendment was introduced, we had still seen opposition from a policy perspective from various stakeholders in New Hampshire, which includes the Office of the Child Advocate.
So just to be clear, you're not prepared to offer any suggestions as to what would move in the direction of sufficient?
Not at this time.
Thank you.
Representative Woodcock?
Treasury, thank you. You okay? I'm face. Just, I want to go back on a question that I want to make sure I heard it correctly. The New Hampshire State Department of Office of Child Advocate opposes this bill.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Peter Hansen?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Peter Hansen. I'm a resident of Pembroke, New Hampshire. I'm also the father of 5. My wife and I have 5 kids. So I would hope I have some vested interest in this conversation, and especially in this bill. I'm commenting in support of SB 341. Let's be honest here. The trust between the schools and parents has already been broken, or we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. It's unfortunate, but people don't always do the right thing. And that's why we actually have to sit in a room like this today and have a discussion about whether a school official will have to tell the truth to a parent who's put in writing a question about their child, their minor child, not a grown-up. I know some of the previous speakers have talked about grown-ups coming back to them and everything else. We're talking about underage, minor children who haven't fully developed their brains, who have all kinds of ideas, who are to be educated by the education system. The parents have the right to know what is being talked about by school educators with their children. I'm not condemning all teachers in this. I have great relationships with the school that we're in. There's many great teachers, but we can't be naive enough to think that all teachers will do the right thing and make good decisions and not promote their own agendas or beliefs onto our children. And as we all learned in school, most laws and regulations get created because people don't always do the right thing. Case in point, there's been articles in the Chicago Sun-Times, New York Times, documenting cases where parents were lied to about their children and their transitioning. One of those parents was actively engaged with the administration of the school regarding their child's well-being, as she sensed something was wrong, and the school still withheld the information that they were calling that young child by a different name, a different gender, under her nose for over 6 months. She was working with the school. In short, she had to rescue her child from the school system. There was another case in California. For 2 years, the school had been calling their child by a different name. When was she supposed to find this out? At graduation? At the graduation ceremony when the name was called out? Come get your diploma? Is that appropriate? Is that what you are all advocating for? Those of you that are opposed to this bill, that you would hide this? So the parent is literally the last one to find out? I'm in favor of this bill because school officials should have to tell the truth if asked. They should not be in the business of picking and choosing to tell what they're going to tell the truth about. They don't get to decide that.
Your time is up.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. I would hope that all of you would vote to support this bill. Thank you.
Other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Next person is Laura Brigada.
Hi, my name is Laura Brigada. I live in Hudson, New Hampshire.
Parents need the whole truth about their child. If teachers have a true concern, there's the Child Protective Services angle, but the idea that teachers are supposed to substitute their judgment for parents' judgment, parents are the ones raising their children. Parents are invested. And a lot of the talk really sounds like people don't trust parents and people expect parents to somehow be fragile. Children may have fears that, oh, my mom and dad, they're going to be so upset. And even if parents are upset or disappointed, that doesn't mean that parents can't take it. There is such a fragility that is being described here that I really questioned. So again, please support the bill, and parents are the ones raising the children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much. Next person's Emma Savigny. You're back up. Okay. It is. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I have to hit it. He forgets.
Good morning, and thank you for hearing my testimony. For the record, my name is Emma Savini. I'm the Children's Behavioral Health Policy Coordinator at New Futures. New Futures solves problems through policy change and is supportive of a robust and strong system of care for children. New Futures is here in opposition of Senate Bill 341 because it discourages students from establishing support networks outside of their families, which has been shown to improve mental health outcomes for students who experience mental health challenges. As you'll see in my testimony, the rates of depression, suicidality, anxiety, and other concerning mental health conditions are very high for LGBTQ youth, and this is a direct response to feelings of discrimination against them. When LGBTQ young people feel supported in their communities, schools, and with their parents, they have mental health outcomes on par with their peers. It is clear that when LGBTQ kids are outed to their parents prior to their feeling ready to, they have higher levels of depressive symptoms and lower amounts of family support than those who wait and come out at their own time and when they are fully comfortable. For those reasons, New Futures opposes this bill and would ask the committee to vote ITL. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
David Trumbull? Is that mine? I had it off. Yeah. So I didn't turn the last one off. It must have started. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Trumbull. I'm from the town of Ware, and I oppose this bill for two reasons. First, children should be able to live honestly and have a say in matters about their own lives. Senator Lang's view of the world is that a 16 or a 17-year-old is legally an infant. They have no more rights than a kindergartner. In his view, the trust relationship is solely between the school and the parents. There is zero room for children in Senator Lang's view of the world. That does not make sense. If you've raised teenagers, you know that they grow up and start to have a say in their own life. Also, New Hampshire law supports that notion. When it's divorce cases, the Supreme Court of this state has held that by the time they're 13 or 14, children's interests and statements about what they want take precedent. In special education law, by the time children are in the 8th grade, they're encouraged to participate in their IEPs. Senator Lang says, though, that until you're 17 and 364 days, you have no rights as a child. The second problem with this bill is that it will break up families. This bill is not all about mandatory reporters. It creates a brand new category of mandatory reporters. In 169C, you're a mandatory reporter if the abuse or neglect has already happened, if there's evidence of it. This bill says if a teacher thinks there may be imminent risk of harm, they have to report. So take an example. Child says, I don't think my dad can handle knowing that I'm LGBTQ. He'll throw me out of the house. So the teacher says, I don't really think I should tell the dad. There's nobody's been thrown out of the house already. It's a risk that the child might be thrown out of the house. But under this bill, mandatory reporting that has to be filed with the government, that leads to a mandatory investigation, all kinds of procedures. That would be, is that my time?
You have very good ears, Mr. Trumbull.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Where? No, that was the end of your time.
Okay.
Any questions for David? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Lynn's Jackhouse.
Hello, members of the committee. My name is Lynn Jakehouse. I am in opposition to SB 341. The individuals in support of this bill are portraying this bill as a do not lie to parents bill. If this were simply a bill that stated that, the many LGBTQ people you see here in opposition today would not be in opposition to this bill. This bill doesn't explicitly name situations related to LGBTQ youth like last year's SB 272, but we know that the effect of forced outing will be the same. This is not just if a student confides in a school employee. This is expecting all educators to report anything that they may have overheard regarding students. How do students feel safe at school when they feel like the people around them could report anything they say? Most likely, teachers will have to record many details of sensitive conversations and in the event that they are asked by a parent. And when students see them doing that, they will be less likely to have necessary conversations with trusted adults. This bill will have a chilling effect. Additionally, the language around reporting cases of abuse and neglect is unworkable. This bill requires educators to submit a report to DHHS if they believe abuse or neglect could take place. However, DHHS does not respond to reports of potential abuse or neglect. These children will be failed if there is not extremely strong evidence of abuse or neglect. Parents and teachers should be partners. This bill assumes that they are adversaries and pits them against each other. Teachers should be able to say that's really a conversation you should have with their child if parents are asking if their child is LGBTQ. Many LGBTQ young people feel a strong need to come out to peers first, regardless of whether or not their parents are affirming. When I realized that I liked girls when I was in high school, I knew it wasn't safe to come out to my dad, and I planned to come out to him only after I was no longer financially reliant on him. When my father did find out I had feelings for my best friend by hacking into my personal internet accounts, he told me that I was disgusting and immoral, and that's not how I was raised, took away my phone, and there was a moment when I thought I might be sent to conversion therapy, which was legal where I grew up.
Your time is up.
Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions from the committee.
You're more than welcome. Questions from the committee? Thank you. Oh, you, Representative Damon, I didn't see your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Could you please tell us how things turned out with your father?
He never ended up accepting me. I ended up going to a college that did not even allow an LGBTQ student group to exist on campus. And that was the first thing that I tried to change as a student. I'm grateful for learning how to organize in a tough environment. But unfortunately, I'm thankful to have affirming family and my mom and my brother.
Thank you for being here and for your
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Michelle Silly Fossey? Yes. No, the last is Foisy? Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Ladd and honorary members of the committee. My name is Michelle Silly-Foisy. I live in Temple, and I'm here in opposition to SB 341. I am a mother of 6. Having given birth to 4 of my children, being blessed with the other 2 through marriage, I've always been a strong advocate for my children. From the moment they entered my world, I have never felt they belonged to me. They are not my possessions. I've always called them my little people, as they are just that, their own person. I believe they have the same rights as we as adults have, and as parents, we are here to see that they are allowed these rights. I did not become a parent to control their path and future. I was not aware that my now 17-year-old had been experiencing gender dysphoria since the age of 13. Feeling lost in their own body, they struggled to even look at themselves in the mirror. But yet I did not hear of this until their 16th year. Last summer, my teen was in such a dark place that they tried to take their own life while feeling incredibly isolated and alone in their thoughts. Today, they have the full support of their parents, their family, and their friends as they begin their own journey to living in a body that feels more like their home, beginning hormone replacement therapy in January of 24. In October 23, they asked us all to begin using they/them pronouns. I cannot help but think how they would have felt if they had reached out to someone sooner. If my teen had chosen to speak to one of their teachers and ask them to use they/them pronouns before they were ready to ask me to use new pronouns, I can say with confidence that I would have felt incredibly thankful for the support of their teachers. Being able to share who you are with the world is incredibly important to all human beings. Feeling accepted and uplifted by others when sharing who we are is one of the healthiest experiences we can have as people. Having the support accessible in any and every way is essential to allowing all people to thrive in their own lives. As a parent, I do not feel threatened or negated by others supporting my children. I am grateful every day that each of them feel the love that others may have for them, and I wish this for all the little people in the Granite State. I heard my time.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Thanks for coming today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Michelle Vesey?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, thank you very much for having me here to testify. I'm Michelle Vesey, the Executive Director of New Hampshire Businesses for Social Responsibility. We represent businesses and organizations across the state that create jobs, products, and services that support the residents of the state of New Hampshire. Our employees, their families, and their friends are members of the LGBTQ plus community. We know that it's important for each of us to feel safe and in control of our personal lives and to be valued for our authentic selves. Our businesses and our workplaces are constrained. We are having a tough time finding enough employees to be productive businesses within the state. We are also businesses, and you can see by the letter that you hold in your hand, we are businesses that care very deeply about having inclusive environments for our employees and inclusive environments for their families. We therefore stand in opposition to SB 341. We hope to continue to thrive and grow as companies in the state, but we are troubled by the drumbeat of proposed legislation in the State House that unfairly targets LGBTQ individuals, particularly transgender youth. These bills aim to limit access to services and support for these children to be able to talk to a trusted adult. So I hope that you will reconsider, if you are considering voting in favor of this, reconsider that all of our residents have rights and that we should not advance discriminatory measures against any of our residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Certainly.
Could you comment about the impact of legislation similar to this in other states rather that have passed this kind of legislation, how it has economically affected, say, North Carolina?
So I'm assuming you're talking about the bathroom bill in North Carolina. There are several states, and it's a concern of ours. I didn't want to go directly to the money side of things, but it definitely impacts the economy of the state going forward, because there are several organizations. You can go online and there are hundreds of executives from national companies that have signed letters of support saying that they support the LGBTQ plus community and that they will not hold events in states where there are laws that act against or discriminate against certain members of the community. That is an issue that we are very concerned about because of our workforces. We live, as you know, New England is a small region where our people can easily transfer or go to other states in their job. And so to have a state that has an image that is regressive and pushes back on certain people within our in our environment is not healthy for business. We want to have diverse workforces, and we hope that by having those diverse workforces, we can continue to see innovation that is allowed by that safety that everyone feels both within their communities and within their workforces. And we feel it's important that New Hampshire maintain the status that was created back in 2018 when Governor Sununu and the Republican legislature promised to have safeguards for everyone in our economy, including the trans community.
Thank you. Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here to answer these questions. I'd like to follow up just a little bit on the last response you just gave. I just want to be clear. Are you testifying that there are financial concerns from either NGOs or perhaps sanctions by other states or the federal government that are a negative economic impact should legislation like this pass?
There has been past legislation, in fact, in this session, where there were potential financial impacts, but I'm not specifically speaking to that when I speak about other states. What I'm saying is that there are organizations that hold conventions or hold corporate meetings. They'll bring together all of their employees from various locations, that there is an economic impact when a state has laws that discriminate against certain people in our environment.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Dry?
Thank you. Just a technical question on your handout. There's some that are bold, some that are asterisks, some that have bold and asterisk, but it doesn't say what.
Oh, I apologize. That's when my communications person didn't put this together. I did, and that's why it indicates companies with over 100 employees. Sorry, either bold or asterisk.
Okay, there's some that have both, and some that just have bold, and some that.
Again,
okay,
that's me. I apologize for not clearly identifying that.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Any
your
further questions
clarification.
from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rusanne Chester?
Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, committee members. My name is Rusanne Chester. I am a resident of Bedford, New Hampshire. I'm a former educator, a former child protective service worker, and a former social worker. So I came here today to talk about the big issue, which is bottom line, let's not promote deception and untruths to our children. Children learn what they live. If we, as a teacher, as a social worker, as a child protective service worker, if we help to deceive parents, what are we modeling to the children? If we are allowed to keep secrets, a 15-year-old is having a sexual relationship with an 18-year-old, and the parent says, you're not allowed to see that person. So the parent writes a letter to the school and says, is this going on? Well, the teacher doesn't want to be a tattletale. Is that okay? Because if that 15-year-old gets pregnant, it's the parents that are going to be financially responsible, and it will be that 18-year-old who will become a sexual offender, potentially become on the sexual offender list for the rest of their life. That's the kind of impact not passing this bill will have for the people of New Hampshire. I listened to a lot of people. I didn't even know that the transgender issue was going to come up, and I'll be honest with you. The bottom line is as a social worker, as someone who studied psychology, unfortunately, perpetrators seek out their victims where they are most likely to not get caught and to have access. So when I hear confidentiality, I'm almost done. When I hear confidentiality is an issue between teacher and student,
Your time is up.
that's concerning. I would hope that people pay attention to the people that are speaking in opposition to this bill and do your research on what their intent is behind that opposition.
Are
Thank
there
you.
any questions from the committee? Not seeing, thank you very much. Brian Hawkins?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Brian Hawkins, representing NEA New Hampshire. Parents and educators have been working well together for a long time in the state, and we should be passing bills to further support this relationship and not fracture it with confusing and intimidating legislation such as Senate Bill 341. It was mentioned earlier that the Teacher Shortage Committee report found that, quote, classroom teachers are feeling and reporting stress and concerns for a consequence as a result of legislation proposed and passed in our State House. And that is resulting in teachers leaving the profession. We feel that this bill would fit right in with that type of legislation. It should be asked, what are people seeking to achieve by passing this legislation that cannot be accomplished today? As I mentioned, educators welcome the discussion and questions about how their child is doing in their class from parents. If there's an answer to a question given by a teacher that somehow unsatisfactory to a parent of a student, then they have recourse through their principal and through established processes in the school. I'm going to skip over to keep to my time. A couple of key questions I just wanted to mention. First, who in the bill language, who is the arbiter of what is material information, or whether an inquiry is answered completely or not? During the Senate hearing, even the Department of Education testified that honestly and completely standard was subjective and would be difficult to enforce. And I urge you to look at the Senate committee report, which outlines that. In that, Attorney Fenn advised that the complete and honest standard was unclear in its origin, seemed subjective and difficult to enforce. And that's from the Senate committee report. That language has not changed from the way the Senate amended the bill. Secondly, completely and honestly, to the extent permitted by state or federal law, I'll wrap up, is also concerning regarding the position the educator is placed in here. So now an educator is juggling competing interests, determining what is material, and then deciding what is a complete answer and whether too much detail violates some state or federal law that they may not be aware of, and making a determination whether a complete disclosure might risk their students' safety.
Thank you.
And
Brian, do you have that written, is that written testimony?
I do have some written testimony that I was referencing, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm happy to hand that in.
Make sure that we get one up here.
Yes.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I do have a question about a place where you can't get information if you ask. And our school in my district has two policies. One is the JBAB policy that says gender identity is not revealed unless to anyone, including the parents, unless the student agrees. And the other is a form to fill out about gender identity that lists your pronouns and name, but does not require a parent signature, just a faculty or staff signature and a student signature. So I'm wondering if that falls in a category of information that could be asked for that wouldn't be given.
I think those issues fall under different bills that this legislature has rejected, actually. And so, again, one of the concerns around this bill is that this is not just addressing what is allowable and not allowable under a school board policy. This goes directly to the educator and bypasses a typical process that a school employee would follow if they're if there's a question they're like, I'm not sure about this, that they would follow. This puts the pressure, the impetus solely on the educator.
Yes.
Okay, so the person you're asking is saying, I don't know about, you're talking about the teacher.
Yes.
Would have a process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins, for being here. I'd like to go back to a phrase you said. I just want to make sure I have it accurate. You were talking about the Senate report testimony that's already been recorded, and you stated who spoke this phrase, and I'm just trying to get back to that, because I didn't hear it quite well, and it was that the phraseology of complete and honest is unclear. Where did that come from?
Sure. So in the Senate hearing, that came from the department. When you look at the Senate report and my written testimony references this as well, the testimony that day was given by Attorney Fenton at the department.
Okay, for the Department of Education.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Any further questions? Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Lisa Cagle? I hope I'm saying it right. Is that a C-A-G-L-E?
Correct.
Good.
That's correct. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Larissa Cagle. I am an educator, a lifelong educator, and thank you for hearing my testimony today. I didn't prepare anything formal. I wanted to mention I have worked in 4 states as an educator, a speech language pathologist, and when I came to New Hampshire a couple of years back, I was told I had to take a suicide prevention course for students. I've never had to take that before. I know, of course, we have to do child abuse reporting, et cetera, et cetera. And I learned that New Hampshire has a higher rate of suicide than other states. And that was alarming to me, working with children, seeing that that's a real risk. And then I learned that LGBTQ plus children are at an even increased risk for suicide based on the discrimination they face on a daily basis. So as a person in the classroom, well, in my workplace, I don't have my own classroom. I feel concerned for my students that I know personally, if this passes, will affect them, will affect people that I know very intimately. And I wanted to publicly state my opposition to SB 341.
Thank you. Are
Thank
there
you.
questions from the committee? Thank you. Lynn Courier Stanley?
Thank you to the committee for hearing my testimony. For the record, my name is Lynn Courier Stanley. I am a social worker and I'm the executive director of the National Association of Social Workers New Hampshire chapter, and I live here in Concord. We are in opposition to Senate Bill 341. Social workers who work in the school are also certified. They fall under this category. And our primary concern is that if this were to become law, it puts a law in the middle of best practice. It acts against best practice. If a student is in danger, confidentiality goes out the window. If a student confides in a teacher, a social worker, a nurse, anyone who's certified within the school, and then the parents reach out to that individual, if the child is not ready to talk, and it is, let's be clear, it is developmentally appropriate for adolescents to seek out other trusted adults before or in lieu of talking to their own parents. It takes out any of that ability for the social worker or the teacher to be able to say, I think you should talk to your child about this, or to work with that student to get ready to talk to their parents. I'm keeping my testimony brief. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you again. Roger Blow?
Ralph Blow.
Blow.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me. Oops. I'm probably the oldest guy here. I've lived in New Hampshire all my life. I'm 76 years old. I was homophobic before my daughter came out to me when I was 44. So she probably told teachers and stuff that she was. It was not to my knowledge, and I'm glad that it was because I probably wasn't ready. It took me 3 years of counseling, and now I support LGBTQ. I go to gay pride parades, etc. To me, outing a person is the worst thing anybody can do to somebody. It's terrible, terrible for them. It's psychologically terrible. You cannot do that. If you really care about children, or even adults that don't want to be outed, you cannot do that. That harms them like nothing else you can do to them. So I urge that you vote against this bill. To me, children are trying to figure out who they are and where they belong. Curiosity of sexual orientation, sexual identity, gender identity expression, the true crisis of belonging, a place where they can feel safe and belong. And I know a lot of people talked about teachers versus parents. It should be kind of both, but I think teachers are certified. They have all kinds of kids that they have to deal with, from liberal to conservative, from one religion to another religion. They have to deal with all of them, and they know how to do it. And I really believe in them. As a matter of fact, when you think of it, Jesus was called teacher. So I really believe in teachers, and I think they mean the best. And of course, I can always give you incidences of where teachers were bad, but I can also do the same thing with priests and Boy Scout leaders, et cetera, et cetera. To me, generally, teachers are fine. They mean well. And I dealt in Little League where a kid, I had a lot of problems with him. I went to see the father. When I met the father, I knew right away that kid would get beaten if I complained about him. So I just said, oh, he's a good kid. So parents are not all perfect, teachers are not all perfect, but in general, they're trained on how to take care of people. So this is not the age of leave it to Beaver. Parents and all like that. And also, what if parents are divorced? Is the teacher required to tell every parent? Mixed marriages? To me, that's awful. You cannot hurt people like this. Do not do that to people, please. The other thing I want to tell you is I'm a Vietnam veteran. I was attached to the Green Berets for a year in Vietnam, and I fought for freedom for everybody, including LGBTQ. So please keep that in mind.
Thank you very much, Roger, and thank you for your service.
Okay.
Any questions from the committee? Next person, Remy Chakwes.
Good morning, honorable members of the committee. I'm Remy Jacques, a high school senior from Newbury, here to testify against SB 341. I wish to bring attention to the fact that those who would be most affected by this bill, children in unsafe home environments who cannot come out at home, are unable to be here to testify against this bill. Ideally, all parents would care for their children and support them for who they are, but we do not live in a perfect world. I've had friends who have been driven to the brink of suicide from verbal abuse from their parents, but who have been able to live on because of their ability to live their true selves and connect with those at school, teachers, friends. CPS intervention is rarely called in against verbal abuse, primarily against physical abuse. But for LGBTQ youth, suicide is the greatest risk, and suicide is something primarily driven by emotional and verbal problems. They cannot be here today because some of them are not allowed to leave their home and go places without direct permission from their parents. So I urge you to protect those who are unable to be here to protect themselves today.
Thank you. Are there questions? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Good afternoon. Did you say you're a high school senior?
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you. Sales Caston.
Good morning, Sales Caston with New Hampshire Youth Movement from Dover, New Hampshire. School should be a place for teaching and learning and not surveillance. Teachers should be focused on the material and in making their classrooms good environments that are focused on growth, and students should be focused on learning. And we think that SB 341 does not promote that environment. Since teachers are mandated reporters, this bill does not protect a child's safety. It allows a vehicle of abuse and distrust between teachers and students. School is often a space, as we've already heard, for LGBTQ students to have an opportunity to live as their authentic selves if their home does not allow them to do so. And many teachers across New Hampshire serve as a safe person to talk to and for students to express themselves to. And parents already have the comfort of knowing that those teachers are required to disclose any dangerous activity any activity which could be harming their children or allowing their children to harm others, thanks to mandated reporting. But outside of danger, those students have the freedom of exploring and presenting themselves how they want to. And they also have the freedom to choose when they want to talk to their parents about certain subjects. So I could go on, but I think I'll keep it short for now. But in strong opposition of SB 342.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you. Christina Kim, is she here? How do you say your last name, Christina? Philippo? Philibot. You have the best penmanship of anybody here in the room. I just had a hard time with the name.
I appreciate that, like, a lot, right?
Thank
My
you.
parents have beautiful penmanship. And,
Yeah. You have wonderful manuscript there. Wonderful.
thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, so my name is Tina Kim Philibot. I use she, her pronouns. I wanted to say that just to prepare you, I'm going to be emotional, but it just kind of came so fast, so I apologize for that. I'm one of the 4 diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice administrators in the state. I work, I'm the first chief equity officer in the Manchester School District, but I'd like to be clear, I am here in my individual capacity as a citizen, as an educator, and as a mom. I'll start by saying I firmly oppose this bill. So I'm one of those certified educators in the state. I have a certification in English and also in dance. My job as a teacher is and was to listen to students, to provide a space for kids to find themselves, to learn what it means to become a trusted confidant in their future relationships. We model that for kids when we listen well. As a dance educator, I'm proud to say that ours was the first concert dance program, one of the first concert dance programs in the state. One of the first things I did when we started the program so it would be successful is to recruit folks, yeah? So I recruited from the 2 largest athletic teams, right? Football and track, yeah. And I'm really, dance is for girls, is what they said. And dance is for boys that are, meh. They wouldn't say that out loud to me because they knew better. I had the whole starting lineup in our Nutcracker the first year because we were able to have open conversations and we were able to break barriers that just have existed in these spaces for much too long. I'm going to also add, I have been that one trusted teacher for a lot of kids. I've had thousands of students in my 15-year career as a teacher. I've received letters after they've graduated, met up with them to say that they're alive today. Because of the experiences they had, the conversations we were able to have, and because they knew, though they had yet to come out at that point, that somebody cared. I'm also a parent of an adult child, 21, and they are a part of the LGBTQIA community. When my child was in 6th grade, I had a parent-teacher conference, yeah. And the teacher was telling me about how my child was really into advocacy, great student, great reader, gay, just dropped it right there. I did not know that. I did not know that. And let me tell you, I'm a progressive person, right? I'm my Reagan Republican father calls me a bleeding heart of bleeding hearts. And it took me off guard. I wasn't expecting to hear that. I look back on that moment in hindsight, I think the teacher thought that I knew because of who I am, because of who we are. It's just that I didn't. And she took the opportunity for my child to share the single most important part of their identity that they were grappling with in that moment from my child and from our family. It was a private conversation that my child should have been able to have had on their own time, with their own agency, with their mother who loves and cares about them.
Your time is up. Do you want to conclude or?
I feel like I appreciate your time, but I wanted to make sure that that was clear. I also want to add one more thing, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. My child is from the LGBTQ community in terms of intersection, right? Also a Korean as well. When we talk about suicide, this is a real thing. I have waited in the emergency room with my child for 4 or 5 days, waiting for a bed. And I had a conversation with my child before I came here to have this conversation. Growing up in New Hampshire is hard. And when laws like this made by adults like you come out, it tells people and it tells kids that who they are doesn't matter. It tells them that people don't care about them, that their lives don't matter. Their mental health is deeply affected. And they don't have the capacity in that moment to be, they just felt, this child who has this parent didn't feel like they had the capacity to come to me in that moment because it was beyond, they just would say, I just couldn't handle it. Mom, I know you love me. And that's the thing that kept me alive. As a teacher, and I think about what that teacher did to my child. It's already hard enough as it is as a kid to have and to find that identity, to take that away from them, right? To be in environments where people don't accept them. It adds up. And it looks like what it looked like for our family. My child is a young adult now and continues to struggle with mental health. There is a consequence. There is a real consequence. It's life, and it's also money. You go to a hospital, you have to bring things every single time. There are co-pays every single time. My child has since moved out of New Hampshire because they don't feel like this is a welcoming environment for them.
I think we're going to have to call it right there.
Okay.
Thank you very, very much.
you.
Are there questions from the committee? Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Deborah House?
Okay, good morning, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. Good to see you again. I am here to testify on SB 341. I am Deborah House, President of the American Federation of Teachers, New Hampshire. I'm here on behalf of our 3,700 members across the state. We mostly work in K-12 education. We are also parents, grandparents, and taxpayers in New Hampshire, and I am here to unequivocally oppose SB 341. And we oppose this bill because, simply put, it is not in the best interest of our students. We are always happy to discuss with parents classwork, homework, academics, whether a student is behaving, following the school rules, whether they're kind to other students. But we oppose this bill because it will create a climate of fear in our schools for educators and for our students. That complete and honest standard that in the bill that the prime sponsor said was so easy to understand, when you start looking into it, it really could go very far. There's no limit on the questions that a parent could ask. So what does the individual educator have to keep track of? There's nothing there that tells you, you just have to keep track of all their assignments and what you're teaching. Or, whether they're possibly bullying any other students. You have to keep track of everything the student says to you. Do you have to keep track of everything you hear them say to other students as they're passing in the hallway? How about everything they're wearing, changes in hairstyle? Are they suddenly dressing in a fashion that is different? More feminine, more masculine? Do I have to keep track of that? By the way, when I'm writing all this down, because if I don't answer completely and honestly, I'm going to have a consequence. I might lose my license. When do I have time to teach reading? Where's the academics in this? You create a climate of fear among the educators because they are afraid they don't answer completely and honestly, and then you create a climate of fear amongst the students. I will just finish this last point very quickly, because they know that everything they say and do, whether dealing directly with a teacher or with other students at school amongst their peers, can and will be reported back to their parents. So they have no chance to actually be a child and grow and be independent human beings like they're meant to be. So we urge you to ITL this bill, and I will be sending the testimony in email to you.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions? Thank you. Representative Dry, you had your hand up?
Thank you. Just thank you for taking the question. I understand there's no limit on number of questions. I'm just wondering, is I don't know or I haven't heard anything a complete and honest answer that would work?
From the testimony I heard in the Senate bill and testimony I heard this morning, it is assumed that if it happens at school, the school employee must know the answer. Otherwise, you're withholding information and lying. And I find that a very offensive assumption, but I have heard that several times already today. I heard it repeatedly in the Senate testimony. So I would be very concerned, and all my members are concerned, that we'll be assumed to be lying if we don't know the answer or don't go find the answer out. And that's a horrible position to put us in, because we'd actually rather be teaching our students.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you. Holloway, Testerman?
Hi there. I'm in opposition to Bill 341. I was homeschooled in a conservative Christian community, K through 12 in New Hampshire, and then went to a private conservative Christian college. So from birth to age 22, I was part of a community that would inform on you, that would report to your parents, to church leadership, to educators, if you were outed as LGBTQ plus. So I can tell you that this culture of reporting, it undermines trust. It creates fear, shame, like you can't express yourself, and just the amount of trauma that does to a young brain. It's huge. I'm a social worker. I'm a mental health professional in a high school with a specialization in LGBTQ plus youth. And it's my goal to be the safe adult that I needed to be as a queer youth. As a mental health professional, I'm concerned about how, as a mental health professional at school, I'm concerned about how this bill is going to impact like the confidentiality responsibilities that I have as a mental health professional. And this bill just does not support the science of attachment and caregiver-child relationships, which has to be built on trust and autonomy of the child to share in their own time, as we've heard in other testimonies. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Chris Urchel?
Thank you, Chair Ladd. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Chris Urchel. I'm an attorney with GLAD. I'm New Hampshire licensed. Today, this committee is looking at yet another bill that seeks to force teachers and other school personnel into an unprecedented surveillance role in our schools. Once again, I'm here to say that this bill is unworkable, invasive, and dangerous. Two courts with binding authority in New Hampshire are currently considering cases involving people who claim that schools have a constitutional obligation to monitor and report on how their children identify at school. One case out of Ludlow, Massachusetts is pending in the First Circuit. The other is the Manchester case pending in the New Hampshire Supreme Court. It is unlikely that either court will establish a new constitutional obligation to report on how students identify at school. While the bill's sponsors raises the issue of the rights of parents, this concern is misplaced. We must remember that nobody can or should stop a parent from asking important questions, from having sensitive conversations, and from instilling their values with their children at home. Teachers and other school personnel want a strong relationship between students and parents. It's in everyone's best interest to encourage open communication, and schools can be really powerful allies in providing resources to students and to parents to foster and support open communication. This legislation would actually undermine that crucial role that schools can play in supporting families. Courts have told us, however, that young people do have a qualified right to privacy in how they identify. Almost 30 years ago, 2 young men in Pennsylvania were found by a police officer parked in a car at night. That officer threatened to share information with the family of one of the young men, Marcus Wayman, and tragically, he took his life that night because he was not ready for his family to know that he was gay. His parents sued the police department for threatening to disclose, and the Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit said that it does violate the constitutional rights of a young person when a government official threatens to disclose personal information to their families when that disclosure could cause harm. Honest and complete is a moving target, and it's up to the whim of any individual to say that information provided by a teacher is incomplete because of any detail that was not remembered or recorded and shared. I just want to make one really quick point that there's no delineation in this bill between direct observation versus indirect speculation, even though the sponsor said otherwise. Teachers don't lie to parents. If that's a concern shared by legislators in New Hampshire, I would invite you to consider legislation that prohibits false representations to parents. That's not what this bill does. This bill inserts teachers into family affairs, a role that they're not trained or prepared to take on. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Can you just clarify for me in very simple lay terms, your statement about the qualified right of confidentiality?
Qualified right of privacy, meaning that if that courts have said that a student, that a young person might have a right to not have their information, a constitutionally protected right under the 14th Amendment, to not have personal information about them disclosed to their family members when the government official who has that information has reason to suspect that it might result in harm to that young person.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
I have no further pink cards on this bill, so I'm going to close this hearing. Okay. And the committee's going to take a break here. Representative Marlowe. Okay, the committee's going to take a break and we're going to reconvene at 12:30. And we will come back at that time to deal with 375. Thank you.
We're going to take a break.
Good afternoon to everybody. We are ready to continue our hearings today. This is the last hearing of the day. SB 375. This is bill relative to biological sex in student athletics, and I'd like to welcome Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I'm Senator Tim Lang from the Lakes region. I cover Senate District 2. I'm here for Senator Abart, who is unfortunately feeling ill and could not make it, to introduce this bill. So this bill is a pretty straightforward bill. I'm just going to make a couple preliminary statements. And first, there's nowhere in this bill where you see the word gender. This bill is not about gender. This bill is about biological sex. So what the bill does is basically say that biological females will play on the sports identified as female, biological males will play on sports designated as male, and we don't care who plays on co-ed sports if you have a sport identified as co-ed. It excludes out a couple things. So again, the issue around the science and puberty and biological advantage starts at puberty. And so therefore this doesn't apply to K through 5 classes because they haven't reached puberty yet. So they don't have a physiological advantage. The other thing we took out was co-curricular or intramural and club sports in colleges. Again, these are voluntary. These are not, you don't get scholarships to play on the club sport. You don't get scholarships to play on the intramural sports. And again, part of this bill is about opportunities and the availability for biological females to be able to have opportunities in education. So that's what the bill doesn't do. But again, the bill is pretty straightforward. It says biological males will play on biological male sports, biological females will play on female sports. The reason is, why would we do this? What is the causation around this? So we've identified basically 3 things this bill seeks to address: safety for our biological females, fairness for our biological females, and opportunity for our biological females. So those are the 3 key points, and I'll talk about each point. So we talk about safety. What safety problem does allowing a trans female or biological male to play in a female sport or a biological female sport? The answer is it creates injury, right? So I don't have to go very far. We can just go right down to Massachusetts, where most recently there was a female basketball team. On the other opposing side was a trans male. 3 female students were injured before finally the coach decided to forfeit the game rather than continue playing the game because of a biological male that was playing on the female team for the opposing team. We can go to 2023, last year in Massachusetts. We had the incident involving field hockey, where again, a biological male playing in a biological female sport, ended up causing injury to a player, knocking their teeth out in field hockey because of the strength at which they use the, I don't know what they call a stick, but the stick. We can go to 2022 in California, volleyball. There was a trans female student playing on a female sports team who spiked the ball so hard into the face of a biological female that she still hasn't been cleared to return to sports due to neurological and issues with her spine. And then 2021, there was another incident in Massachusetts surrounding around basketball. So this is the safety factor, right? When a biological female goes to play sports, they expect they're going to be on an even playing field, and that they'll be able to compete at a relative basis. So that steps into the fairness argument. So when we talk about fairness, why is it unfair? Why is it unfair, Tim, to have a trans female play in a female sport? So just in 9/29 of 23, the American College of Sports Medicine says biological sex is the determinant factor in athletic performance because of the fundamental sex differences in anatomy. So that's a fairness argument, right? Biologically, post-pubescent boys are stronger, have higher muscle density, and actually even in their lung capacity or lung sorry, I'm going to say this wrong, but the oxygen to blood reaction, men are different in the way the oxygen is absorbed. That gives them a physiological advantage. So we're talking about physiological advantages that boys have, biological boys have when playing sports. And is it fair to have our daughters, our biological female daughters, be subjected to that unfairness? And my postulation is no. The last one is opportunity. Again, just recently, 12/14 of 23, the University of Washington offered one of only 12 female scholarships for volleyball to a trans male athlete. So taking away the 12th female that could have gotten a college scholarship, and we all, depending on which side of the aisle, you'll argue that, again, access to higher education results in better performance in the job market, right? So again, here's a biological girl on the girls volleyball team that was denied a scholarship in a D1 team in favor of a trans female, taking away the opportunity. We talk a lot about Title IX, and I know just recently Title IX was morphed into gender equal sex, but I'll explain to you that in the medical practice, that's not true. In medical science, gender and sex are two different things. Sex is segmented differently because of the physiological advantages that we just talked about. And there are diseases that are available to men that aren't available to women. And there are diseases for women that are not available to men. And that's the biological factor. And so even in medical science, they delineate between gender, which is your expression, and sex, which is your chromosomes. So this bill seeks to say that, again, based on your birth certificate issued at or near birth, you'll play on the appropriate team based on that. So we don't have issues of fairness, safety, or reduction of opportunity for our female, biological female daughters. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Senator. Are there questions from the committee? Representative-elect, are you hand up?
No.
Yes.
Pointing.
Representative Spear?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm 4'11" tall. I will never be able to compete with most women on most sports. Are we going to write a bill that says only people who are above a certain height? You're making it on physical attributes that I wouldn't pass in anything except maybe poker. So I'm wondering, how far are we going to be taking this and marginalizing groups of people based on physical attributes?
Thank you for your question. So again, I'm going to go back to nowhere in this bill is gender in this bill, right? We're not talking about exposing or going against anybody of gender. We're talking about biological sex and why, again, science about biological sex and how that creates a physiological advantage. So again, I don't play basketball. Why? I'm 5'8". Right? It's an acceptance I have, right? And I acknowledge that, and I don't think I should be given a special benefit because I'm 5'8" and I should automatically have a spot on the basketball team, right? That's not something I would expect. But again, biological female, the whole point of the original Title IX signed over 50 years ago was to create an equal playing field because women could not find a place on a male sports team because of physiological advantages. And so Title IX, which I recently found out that Vice President Nixon was the one that signed that. And I was visiting his museum when I was down out in California, and it was heralded as one of the fundamental changes of the women's rights movement at the time it was issued, because it created an equal playing field between male athletes and female athletes and allowed for that functionality. And so this bill just seeks to recognize that fundamental equality that was recognized back in 1973, I think it was. This bill just seeks to recognize that and put it in law.
Follow-on question, please.
Yes.
Title IX, which I have read, was not about equal, it was about equal money for women's sports. It didn't care who was on the teams. What it cared about was what money was spent for the teams. So it had nothing really to do with genders or sex or anything like that.
It delineated, but so again, it uses the word sex in the bill, not gender, right? In that Title IX language, it uses the word sex as for the creation of delineation.
Any other questions, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for being here and presenting this. You've told us that the primary motivation behind pursuing this bill is to prevent injury to female athletes. That's something I'm incredibly inclined to agree with. But given that, I'm a little bit curious as to item 6 here that says any team sport or athletic event designated for males, men, or boys shall be open to students of either sex. So I'm wondering what the rationale is for allowing girls then to play with boys under those circumstances. And if you wouldn't mind also speaking to what's to prevent schools from simply designating all teams boys in order to get around this?
Thank you for your question. So again, the initial reason was for allowing that is that when a biological female goes to play on the female team, they have a certain amount of expectations about safety and fairness and what's going to happen and the opportunities they may have. If they choose, again, so remember the choice to go play on a boys team, and we've had that right here in Concord, right? There was a hockey player back 20 years ago at Muncie, I think her name was, who chose to play on the boys hockey team and actually went to the Olympics on the girls hockey team for New Hampshire. And so the idea was if a girl chooses to step into that, they have that right to choose to play. I want to be a kicker on the football team, right? And they have the right to at least go and try out, right? But to have a male who has a physiological advantage come into the female sport creates a fundamental unfairness and also raises safety concerns.
Further questions from the Representative Myler?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Are you familiar, have you met with any trans family and reviewed for them the process that the family goes through, the hormonal changes, the psychological issues that the family goes through for that trans female to be able to basically change her own physicality? And I've done that. I've talked with them. This is not a willy-nilly decision that a family makes. As you may know, this is a very serious decision. It takes time over the years for this transition to take place. And yet, when that happens, my question to you is, first of all, have you met with trans families and understand what that process is?
Yes.
Then you also know then at that point in time, there is a physical change that does take place in that individual. And what you're trying to say here in this bill is that that change is going to be mitigated by this bill and disallow that individual from playing in a sport that they choose to.
Thank you. If I could just ask a clarifying question. Are you talking about a student, a child who takes puberty blockers?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for bringing that point up. So again, I'm going to go back to science because that's been a lot of my reasoning around this bill is science. So again, on 3/12/24, the National Health Institute of England concluded that there's not enough evidence to support the safety or clinical effectiveness of puberty blockers. So they stopped physicians from prescribing. So understand that emerging medical science says that this is not irreversible, right? That giving a child puberty blockers, that has a long-term impact. And medical science, as emerging medical science recognizes that and is withdrawing that as a treatment program.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So if the paramount reason that this bill is proposed is for safety, I have two questions. One, why then are you exempting club and intramural sports if those are, I'll stay with your terminology for the moment, mixed sex teams? Wouldn't the safety issues be the same?
Thank you for the question. The answer is those are voluntary. So again, if someone's choosing this.
High school sports are voluntary.
Excuse me if I can finish my answer. Thank you. So again, club sports and intramural sports are voluntary. There's no obligation. You don't get a college scholarship for it, so you're not taking away an opportunity for anybody. And again, if a biological female chooses to step on the field, it's the same reason why, to Representative Belcher's point, we allowed females to play in male sports. If they choose to step on the field, they know what they're getting into. When I choose to when a biological female goes to sign up for female sports, they expect there's going to be a fundamental safety there, and there's going to be fundamental fairness there. And by allowing a trans female on the team, you potentially take away both those things. Never mind the long-term issue of opportunity.
Further questions? Yes.
Thank you. And so following from that, then what would be your response to the reality that the primary variable in someone's strength and capacity in any sport, on the field, the court, wherever, is their conditioning and training and their wherewithal to play? So how does that factor into this?
Sure. Thank you for the question. Again, I go back to the American College of Sportsmen's statement. Biological sex is the determinant factor of athletic performance. Biological sex is a determinant of athletic performance because of the fundamental sex differences in anatomy. So again, the answer to your question is you have a fundamental unfairness happening when a biological male participates in a female sport.
Representative Woodcock?
Certainly, good afternoon. It's the second one day. A couple of things. I want to go back to the statement you made to Representative Damon about club sports. Similar to other high school sports, they are voluntary. Kids do participate. But often club sports are not in varsity or JV level because they don't have that status yet. So it's not necessarily that they can't earn a scholarship. The youngsters don't have a chance to earn a scholarship. It's that most school systems, you said you're a school teacher somewhere, I didn't catch what you said you taught, but with most school systems require that schools, because of budgetary considerations, do start kids with club sports and then move into a JV program, varsity program. So if that sport is the first time at that school, then often that's the only opportunity for youngsters. So it could be very well an opportunity for athletics. So it was sort of, just want to correct your frame on that. And the representative tomorrow is exactly correct on Title IX. I was happened to be a benefactor of Title IX, actually, because of the pay. That it does provide equal opportunity for work and pay, team scheduling, team sports, those types of things. It wasn't looking at, when it came through, at the participation piece. So I guess my concern is, the club sports are actually feeders to high school programs. My question is, and you said scholarship, about how many high school how many kids get Division I scholarships to play high school ball?
Oh, it's very fractional. Again, it's fractional of the number of students, I'm assuming, again, that get Division I scholarships in New Hampshire. Again, but even one taken away would be wrong.
Okay. And and on your bill, I'm confused, if I may, it's the last question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line 23 through 26, I don't understand the need to say that, because you're not prohibiting, you're prohibiting people from playing, you're prohibiting from kids to have opportunity to play, but you're saying that it doesn't say they have to go to that bathroom.
I'm sorry.
I don't quite understand it.
Which you'd have to tell me the section number.
29, line 23 through 27. It talks about facilities. Instead of a school district, a high school, or even a college. I don't know why you're trying to tell the NCAA what to do, but if they're having these facilities, then they have to have one for male, one for female biological sex. Do you know of any high school or college or community college in New Hampshire that doesn't have a male and a female bathroom in the locker facilities? Anyone? Just one?
So every high school I've ever been in has both a male and female.
Yeah.
Correct.
I mean, every public university or school in New Hampshire has one of those. So I don't understand why that's even in there.
Oh, thank you. So the answer is on the last line of 26. That shall provide separate facilities for male and female participants based on biological sex. So
They do that
again,
now.
Thank you, if I can finish my question. So again, the idea being that biological boys will use the biological boys room, the biological girls use the biological girls room because they're undressing and getting ready for sport, getting ready for a physical activity. And so
That doesn't say that, though.
Representative Woodcock, would you please let him finish before, then if you have another question, please get recognized for the question. Do you have anything else further on that, Senator?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. You have a further
Thank you, sir. Yes. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say they have to go to that bathroom. It just says every school has to have one, which they already have. That's all. Just a point.
Thank you.
Further questions, yes, Representative Myler.
Yeah, I'd like to just, thank you. I'd like to follow up on Representative Woodcock. So it's your testimony then, as I heard you right, that there are a fractional amount of people who are eligible for scholarships. Is that correct?
No, I didn't say scholarships. The question was D1, which is
Right.
a very high standard.
Right,
But D2
exactly.
schools can also, we have an increased number of those. As a matter of fact, I believe Senator Gannon's daughter is a recipient of a D2 scholarship for field hockey. So they're both, when we add Division II, that number gets significantly bigger.
But the fractionalization of that is then trumps the volume of trans kids that could participate in sports and learn leadership, learn teamwork, etc., as they have life skills that are developed. So you're saying that's more important than allowing young people, a greater volume of young people to participate in sports rather than just those who might get a scholarship. Is that correct?
Thank you, Representative. So I can answer your question. The answer is nothing in this bill stops any student from playing sports. Nothing in this bill. What the bill does is say that the sport has to be fair, though, right? And we have to be safe. And so therefore, based on biological sex, you'll play in that sport, whether it's a biological female or a biological male. So nothing stops a biological male who identifies as a trans female from playing on the boys' team. Nothing. So they have the opportunity to play.
Okay, let me ask you this question. If I'm a male and I want to play field hockey, can I play field hockey then?
No.
Why not? I mean,
because you have a biological advantage.
Well, but let's look at this. The field hockey, if you look at professional field hockey, it's a male sport. It's not a female sport.
Okay, we're getting in the point where it's a debate here. I'd like to ask, questions come from the committee to the person testifying, and the response comes from there. Representative Petterno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So we're talking a lot about scholarships, but what about the biological females who may not even make the team because a transgender female identifying or transgender identifying as female may take their place on the team?
Well, again, absolutely. So again, a disadvantage to our biological daughters, our biological female daughters, who are bumped from a team for a biological male who has a defined medical physiological advantage.
I'm not going to allow people to have more than two questions. Representative Spear, you've already had more than two questions. No. Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much, Senator. Representative Selig?
You want to get Mr. Urshel? It's 1 o'clock.
Oh,
He mentioned it.
Well, he wanted, was it him?
Yeah, it's
Hold on a second. Yeah, I didn't see it though. Well, we had one that spoke to me going down the hallway here at lunch. I didn't see his name in there.
Small one. High school college. My point was, when I was doing my master's, when I was doing my master's in Kentucky, I get a check from them for $686. I thought the school system, back a mess. I said, what's the check for? I haven't told for a year, I've been down here. They said, oh, I want to pass, so it's to equalize your pay with the boys code.
And can you just hold on, please? We have a person that has to get on a plane.
Never games.
Thank you, Representative. Chris Urschel, do you have to get a plane here at what time?
Not a plane, I have an obligation that I have to go to, though.
Is that right off here in the out of state?
Yes.
Come on up.
5:20. That was fun.
Yeah. And we're back to the 2-minute rule.
Thank you, Chair Ladd, members of the committee. Again, my name is Chris Urschel. I am a New Hampshire licensed attorney, and I'm here representing GLAAD. I believe this is the 5th session in a row in which there is at least one bill attempting to block transgender girls from girls' sports teams. Today, I want to emphasize 2 very recent developments that should inform how you evaluate this bill. The first development is a decision that came down last week from the Federal Court of Appeals for the 4th Circuit, which governs North and South Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, and Maryland. The decision involves a similar sports bill that became a law in West Virginia. At first, the district court ruled in favor of the state of West Virginia and said the sports ban was valid. But last Monday, the appeals court reversed that decision and said the court was wrong and that the sports ban is invalid. This outcome is unsurprising. It's consistent with what other courts have already said, that categorical bans on transgender girls playing school sports on girls' sports teams violates the rights of transgender students. They single out transgender students based on sex, which is a protected characteristic, depriving them of opportunities available to other students. This powerful Fourth Circuit decision is in line with the weight of authority in other courts, including the Ninth Circuit. I'm happy to go into more detail later about what the decision said, but the bottom line is that SB 375 is unlikely to survive a legal challenge. I want to share another even more recent development. The U.S. Department of Education released new Title IX regulations on Friday. The most relevant takeaway from the new regulations is that Title IX views discrimination against LGBTQ students as impermissible sex discrimination. Categorically denying transgender girls opportunities to participate in sports fits squarely in the prohibition against discrimination based on sex. The Department of Ed released proposed guidance on sports specifically, which the new regs say is still forthcoming. And that'll make it even more clear that categorical bans on participation by transgender students violates Title IX. This is very important because, as you know, the US DOE enforces its regulations by controlling funding. New Hampshire's public schools are asked to do more and more with less and less. The legislature must not compel schools to violate Title IX and risk losing federal funding. Leadership, cooperation, self-discipline, community, these are the critical skills that young people learn from participating in school sports programs. That's why these programs are an essential part of a complete public education. These opportunities need to be available to every student, including transgender students, and you must reject this legislation. If I had more time, I would talk about some of the anecdotes that that the prime sponsor raised, and there was some misinformation and some missing context from those stories, but anyway, I will stop there.
Thank you very much, Chris.
Take questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. Would you please correct the misinformation that was cited by a prior speaker?
Yes. First of all, the CAS review, which was released in the United Kingdom, did not rule that, or did not make a determination. There's no determination that puberty blockers are going to be unavailable to transgender people as a rule in the United Kingdom. In fact, the CAS review talked about how there's a need for more research and data, and has recommended that all puberty blocking medications that are prescribed in the United Kingdom be done in the context of a clinical trial so that more information can be collected. Furthermore, the NHS, which is the national health system in the United Kingdom, totally doesn't really compare to the way we manage healthcare here in the United States, but they have recommended dispersing medical care to primary care provider teams instead of centralized gender clinics. And that is the thrust of what is happening in the United Kingdom. It's a misrepresentation to say that puberty blockers have been banned. Another thing is that the basketball game referenced, in which there were three girls who were injured and a team forfeited. I want to make clear that there was a transgender girl on the opposing team, and there were 3 injuries that happened during the game. Not all 3 were related to the transgender student. So that's one piece of missing context that I think is really important. Another piece of missing context is that the coach had decided beforehand that he was down several players and he needed to forfeit if there were injuries for his players. Injuries happen all the time in school sports. It's the job of school officials to ensure that sports are as safe as possible for all students, but the fact that 3 students were injured in a basketball game is unsurprising, and the coach has gone on record saying that the presence of a transgender student is not why he forfeited the game. Also, no student, to my knowledge, and I've researched the issue deeply, has been given a scholarship to participate. No transgender student has been given a scholarship, an athletic scholarship to date. That has not happened in any college anywhere. There's one example that's been circulated around the right-wing media of a scholarship that was offered to a student and then either was rescinded or was not accepted, but regardless, never was given to the student. And that student is a volleyball player, and I can't find any confirmation anywhere that this student is transgender. She hasn't said so herself, her family hasn't said so. So it's speculation on the part of the people in the right-wing media trying to make a point and harm transgender people in the process. I can leave it at that. The field hockey player who hit the ball really hard and broke a female player's teeth, that was a boy. He was not transgender. He was on the team because there was no other place for him to play field hockey. And I asked the committee to inquire as to why, if if boys are so dangerous to girls, why aren't boys so dangerous to other boys that they shouldn't be allowed to play sports? Why is it okay for a boy to be hit in the face with a field hockey ball and lose his teeth if it's not okay for a girl to? I don't really understand that distinction, but that's what I wanted to say about those anecdotes.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions from the committee? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Attorney, for taking my question. Two, are you aware of any of the NHIAA regulations that prohibit transgender youngsters from playing high school sport?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's a very important question, I think. So in 2015, the New Hampshire Interscholastic Athletic Association revised its eligibility policy because of a transgender New Hampshire public school student named Sarah Huckman, who came forward and advocated for her right to play school sports. The eligibility requirements prior to 2015 required that transgender students have surgery before they would be eligible to participate in school sports, which, of course, is nonsensical and should not be a requirement for participation. So Sarah Huckman was able to influence the NHIAA by lobbying, and the new policy eligibility requirements put forth what are reasonable guidelines about how and when a transgender student can become eligible to play sports. NHIAA is comprised of experts in school athletics programs, and they ought to be making decisions about eligibility before the legislature should be, I believe.
Further questions? Yes.
Thank you. Are you aware of any NCAA rules that disallow transgender students from participating in sport?
Yeah, the NCAA has had a policy in place that's been evolving over time, but has been around for over 10 years that ensures that transgender students do have the opportunities to participate and play in school sports. And this legislation would override the NCAA's policy. NCAA uses evidence-based protocols to determine what hormone levels and what periods of time are necessary to establish a student, to establish that a college student who, I think we can all understand that college competition is a lot different from high school competition when it comes to school sports, but that college athletics, so NCAA wants to ensure that there's evidence-based protocols that prevent inequitable unfairness on girls' teams, and so they establish standards that are evidence-based related to physical attributes, including hormones. So,
thank you, Attorney Churchill. Appreciate it.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Representative Selig.
Thank you. Are you ready? You ready? This time? Okay, just checking.
I don't think there's anybody else.
I'm just making sure before I start.
Go for it.
Thank you again. My name is Representative Lauren Selig. I represent Stratford 10, which is the city, or the town of Durham, which operates like a city. I have two daughters, as I've mentioned previously. My girls both played team sports. There have been allegations that if trans girls played, it will give them an unfair advantage, or that trans kids will somehow act inappropriately in a bathroom. My elder daughter played pee-wee soccer with a trans child. She also took a soccer ball to the face in a direct hit that ended her desire to play again. The person who kicked the ball was not the transgender girl. She was too distracted. It was a cisgender kiddo who grew up to play varsity soccer before she left for college. Both my girls swam on the swim team. They competed and usually lost to cisgender girls, who were a full foot taller than them. We tend to be vertically challenged in my family. Their advantage was height, not gender. In the locker room, all the girls changed in the toilet stalls. If they showered first, they did so still in their swimsuits because they all thought being naked in front of anyone was weird. Plus, it got the chlorine off their swimsuits. My older daughter has gotten more than one concussion in her, my younger daughter has gotten more than one concussion in her time playing basketball and cheering. In one case, she and another child both went for the ball at the same time, very aggressively. My daughter came up with the ball. The other girl came up with my daughter's head. Wasn't so good for her head. In none of these cases was it a trans child who injured them. It was just regular girls playing, just like girls play. Sports have inherent dangers. That's why parents have to sign releases. Finally, I can tell you that while I have been sexually harassed and assaulted in my life, including in a women's bathroom, it was never by a trans person, but by a heterosexual man asserting his power. And a heterosexual man who pretends to be trans to get into a woman's room is not a trans woman. He is a jerk and quite possibly a criminal. This bill is discriminatory and hurtful, and I implore you to oppose it.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Horrigan?
So I'm Representative Timothy Horgan, also from Stratford County District 10, which is also the town of Durham. In my written testimony, which you've all seen twice because I handed out printed copies and put it on the web portal, I haven't emailed it to you. I mentioned being a longtime season ticket holder for the women's basketball team. So I guess I qualify. They're not one of the top programs in the country, so that certainly shows at least some support for women's sports. Best of my knowledge, there's never been a trans athlete either on our team or the opponent's team, but it is certainly commonplace for men to be participating either as coaches. Some teams, including the UNH team, sometimes will have practice players who come in and practice in the morning to round out the squad so you can do different types of the whole thing with the locker rooms, that's an issue they already deal with because there's already male participants in female sports at the collegiate level. And the high school level, there's already like female participants in the college sports, both as players and also as trainers, occasionally as coaches. I probably should have mentioned, instead of the UNH women's basketball team, I probably should have mentioned our state champion Oyster River girls track team, which apparently won what was the most important sporting event, at least according to some people, not just for the participants, for some people who weren't participants are very concerned about it, was the Division II Indoor Girls Track Championship, which has been the subject of a lot of, apparently that's bigger even than the Division I Championship or even the Super Bowl, which is on the same day. And it certainly was for the participants. I believe we have a participant not from Oyster River in the room, so congratulations to everyone who participated, whether they won it. So this bans biological males. I'm not sure why being a biological male should trump what your gender identity is from participating in, just about any school or college sports. This actually includes even the private schools who merely happen to have students whose tuition is subsidized by the EFA school voucher program. Some of whom are even from out of state. So
your 2 minutes are up.
Okay, so I just think this bill is cruel and unnecessary. This should be left to the sanctioning bodies. And in any case, being a trans, being trans is very, very difficult. It's one of the most difficult things a person can do, and I don't think anybody is doing it just to unfairly win. A track medal or even a scholarship. Most women's scholarships are only partials. Most scholarships in any sports, especially women's sports, are usually only partial scholarships. So it's a lot of trouble to go to just for a partial scholarship. Nobody's doing it just for that. And they're participating in the sport for the same reason cis men and cis women support, because they love the sport. So I would just say ITL it. And I can also, I'm spending my time here.
2 minutes are up, Representative.
Yeah. Oh, the reason this bill, the Senate bills were actually like more extensive. One of the reasons they left things out of the Senate bills because the Senate rejected those things.
Representative, your time is up.
Oh, thank you. Of course, yes.
Yes.
A lot to unpack in 2 minutes.
Are there questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Lynn's Jackos?
Hello, my name is Lynn Jakehouse. I oppose this bill. There is no reason to change the New Hampshire Interscholastic Athletic Association policy that includes transgender athletes. I'd like to read excerpts from testimony provided by a few people who could not be here today. But first, transgender athletes vary in athletic ability just like non-transgender athletes. One high jumper could be taller and have longer legs than another, but the other could have perfect form and then do better, explains Andrea Yearwood, a student track athlete. One sprinter could have parents who spend so much money on personal training for their child, which in turn could cause that child to run faster. In Connecticut, where non-transgender girl runners have tried to block Andrea from participating in the sport she loves, the very same girls who have claimed that trans athletes have an quote-unquote unfair advantage have consistently performed as well as or better than their transgender competitors. Overwhelmingly, we do not question girls who are assigned female at birth, although some of them may be significantly taller or vary in hormone levels or due to other from other girls. For example, runner Castor Semenya, who was assigned female at birth despite having XY chromosomes, who is intersex but identifies as a woman, was still made to undergo sex testing before being cleared to play. So if this bill were to pass, it would allow for the questioning of gender nonconforming women who were assigned female at birth and identify as women. A person's genetic makeup and internal and external reproductive anatomy are not useful indicators of athletic performance, according to Dr. Joshua D. Safer. For a trans woman athlete who meets NCAA standards, there is no inherent reason why her physiological characteristics related to athletic performance should be treated differently from a non-transgender woman. Those of you who are on this committee have likely heard from Lane Jocelyn previously, a now 19-year-old transgender woman who played high school soccer with other girls throughout high school. She says, "My closest friends played soccer with me in middle school and throughout high school. No one had a problem with me being transgender. I guarantee that no one on the opposing teams even had any idea that I am transgender. After it came out, I was treated like all the other girls in every part of school, in the classroom, in the art studio, on the theater stage, and on the soccer field."
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Now, seeing, thank you very much. Roger?
Hello? Right? P-L-E-A-U?
Yeah, you did better in your first card.
I was in a rush, I guess. Yes, my name is Roger Blow. I'm a Vietnam veteran, New Hampshire lifelong resident, married 53 years to my sweetheart. The thing I want to talk about is this transgender stuff. I have a transgender grandson, and he's doing very well. And I'm going to tell you, he went through a lot to transition. A lot of family members went down to Boston to professionals that talked about it, because we wanted to make sure as a teenager he wasn't just, being difficult or, trying to, reach out to get his parents upset. But they determined that he really feels in his true self, his identity is that he's a boy. And so he's transitioned. So he has a beard, and et cetera, and he's doing very well. I asked him what I should comment. He said, I think the big thing would be talking about how everyone's hormone levels are different. And when trans people take hormones, it is monitored and kept within a normal range for their age. So theoretically, there is no difference in skill advantage between trans and cisgender people. I get blood work done to make sure my testosterone levels aren't too high or too low, which is also something that cisgender men can do, as well as testing estrogen levels for women. So basically, the medical profession, people that deal with this, at the time that he transgendered, he was the 1,500th person in this Boston hospital that did that. And he's very happy. Before he did that, he was not feeling comfortable with himself, and he really needed it. I really believe, by the way, I coach sports a lot. My 3 children, 5 grandchildren all played a lot of sports. And there's injuries all the time. And the injuries that I've seen, they're all girl on girls. It's not, a transgender person doing it. My granddaughter plays rugby for Leslie, broke her leg last year. My other daughter that plays hockey for Central, girl on the team broke her ankle. There was no transgender person trying to hurt them, et cetera, et cetera. So I think what Representative Myla said is the best thing. There are so many transgender people that will benefit from allowing them to play compared to the few people that feel that, it's unfair to the other girls. I think that's the best point. A lot of people will benefit.
Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Jennifer Black?
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Jennifer Black, and I live in Wyndham. I come here as a former female student athlete and the mom of 3 female student athletes. I'm here in support of SB 375. When I was 7, I went to my first Red Sox game, and right then and there I decided my destiny was to be a Major League Red Sox player. I informed my mom and dad, and the only thing they told me was that I had to practice, practice, practice. So I did. Things went well for a while. I was chosen to be the only girl on the Little League All-Star team, and later was the only girl in the local Babe Ruth League. Then I went to high school. What do you mean I have to play softball? I asked if I could play freshman boys baseball, and to their credit, the coach and principal said yes. So I joined the team, but it became disappointingly clear very quickly that I would not be playing in the major leagues. The boys, seemingly overnight, had become much faster, stronger, and taller. I realized I was literally out of my league. I made the difficult decision to switch to fast pitch softball. We were a good team, winning the state championship my junior year and runners-up my senior year. Despite the fact that we were state champions, had any one of those freshman boys decided to play on the varsity girls softball team, his ability would have surpassed the best varsity girls player on our team. Have you noticed that this is mostly a one-way street, with individuals born boys seeking to play on a team made up of individuals born as girls? These individuals would take an opportunity purposely carved out for girls and young women who, until relatively recently, traditionally had few to no options to play sports. To allow individuals born as boys to play girls' sports will necessarily reduce opportunities for women to play and excel in hard-fought for leagues of their own. Now I'd like to speak as a mom of female athletes. Last year, my girls were in a volleyball league where an opposing team had a 6'2" individual born as a male play on the girls' team. Our girls' coach was concerned for the safety of her team. Most of the girls were 5'5" or under, and instructed them to get out of the way and give the other team the point when this individual was preparing to spike the ball. Thank God no one was hurt, and our school subsequently made the difficult decision to pull out of the league because the school didn't want to put the girls in physical danger. This individual has since been documented to have hurt opposing female players while playing against them in other sports.
Your time is up.
Okay, summing up. Women fought long and hard to have athletic teams of their own, to allow individuals born as boys to take those opportunities from girls and women, and to put women and girls in physical danger due to their size, strength, and speed would be turning back the clock to a time when women were sidelined with their only option to cheer on the men. I ask you to stand up for women and girls by supporting this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing, thank you. Michelle Vesey? Or Beasy? Michelle here? Okay, going on to Sarah Tyrrell. Yep.
Good afternoon, esteemed committee members, and thank you for taking your time and attention to discuss SB 375 with us. My name is Sarah Terrell. I'm a resident of Plymouth, New Hampshire in District 5, and I am a parent of a transgender athlete. I implore you to consider the profound impact this bill will have on my daughter and countless others in the state. I understand the allure of succumbing to the sensationalized narratives surrounding transgender athletes. However, I urge you to rise above the fear-driven rhetoric and instead heed the guidance of medical and mental health experts who advocate for inclusive sports environments. We have a petition to share with you today that is signed by almost 200 women athletes across the state of New Hampshire who have voiced their support for their transgender teammates, underscoring the importance of solidarity and inclusion in our athletic communities. It's disheartening to witness the disproportionate focus on such a small subset of student athletes in our state. For nearly a decade, existing rules and policies set by the NHIAA that allow transgender girls to play on girls' teams have effectively governed transgender participation in sports without incident. Injuries and unfairness are not rampant on our fields, on our tracks, or our courts due to transgender athletes. If safety is a genuine concern, then let's direct our efforts towards meaningful initiatives such as increased funding for athletic trainers on site, enhanced coaching and referee training, and perhaps even improved concussion protocols. Discriminating against a marginalized group of student athletes serves no purpose other than to inflict unnecessary harm on girls like my daughter, who should be able to participate in every aspect of daily life as who she is, including on the soccer field. I implore you to prioritize fairness, inclusivity, and evidence-based decision-making in your deliberations over SB 375. Let's work together to ensure the safety and well-being of all student athletes, regardless of their gender. Thank you for your attention in this matter.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you.
Thank you.
Call Parker Terrell. Must be related. Good afternoon.
Morning. My name is Parker Terrell, and I am a 15-year-old freshman at Plymouth Regional High School. Like many teenagers, I have a loving family. I enjoy spending time with friends and playing video games. However, there's a key part of who I am that I want to share with you. I'm transgender. I'm here today to express my deep concern regarding SB 375 and similar legislative efforts aimed at barring transgender students like me from participating in sports. Despite just being a regular teenager with a passion for soccer, I find myself facing this threat of exclusion simply because of who I am. Let me be clear, I am not a physical threat to peers on the field. Nor do I seek any unfair advantage by playing on a girls' sports team. I play soccer because I love the sport, the camaraderie, and the opportunity to grow as an athlete. Even if we don't win a game, my coach still takes us to KFC after an away game. Taking over the restaurant with my team is one of my favorite memories from this past soccer season. It is disheartening to see lawmakers pushing for discriminatory measures without taking any time to understand the real impact it has on students like me. Why is my safety any less important to that of my peers? Claims that I should play on a team based on my assigned gender at birth completely disregard the very real risks I would face on a boys' soccer team. It is not just about the risks. I can't play on a boys' team because I am not a boy. I am a girl. My safety, well-being, and sense of belonging matter just as much as anyone else's. I'm fortunate to have the support of my family, friends, teammates, coach, and school community, as well as the countless athletes across the state who recognize the rhetoric but recognize the importance of exclusion and acceptance. I urge you not to be swayed by the discriminatory rhetoric, but to stand on the right side of history, supporting all students regardless of their gender and pursuing their passions and dreams. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Parker Terrell.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Spear.
I want to thank you for your brave testimony, and I wish you all the luck in the world.
Thank you so much.
Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Good afternoon. How you doing? Thank you for coming. You're playing freshman soccer now. You were in the fall.
Yep. Yes.
Okay. Did you have any issues with any other teams you're playing with?
No.
Or during the course of your playing soccer, enjoying soccer, and the women's soccer team, there's no other issue with any other team you played with?
What? Sorry.
There's no other issues with any other team?
No.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much. David Trumbull? Yeah, would be. Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Trumbull, and I'm opposed to this bill for a few reasons. First, the language in this bill is incredibly disrespectful. It refers to transgender women as men. If a transgender woman serves in the United States Army, they get to serve as the gender they identify with. But if that person comes home and goes to UNH and decides to run track, they're no longer a woman. By the words of this bill, they have now become a man. This is incredibly disrespectful language. Second, this bill is inconsistent with all of the major athletic organizations. The International Olympic Committee's policy is based on safe, inclusive, and an equitable environment and based on evidence. It's the same three criteria that Senator Lane came up with, but the IOC does not ban transgender women from competing in female sports. They use the same criteria but come to a different conclusion. The NCAA does not ban transgender women from competing. In fact, they have said that if states pass laws like this, they won't be able to host NCAA tournaments. And then at the local level of New Hampshire, you have the NHIAA policy. Global, national, and state level. All of the athletic organizations say this proposed bill doesn't match. Let's look at the evidence. The Journal of Sports Medicine did a study, and they looked at all of the literature on this, and they concluded there is no direct or consistent research suggesting transgender female athletes have an athletic advantage at any stage of their transition. The majority of sports policies unfairly exclude trans people from competitive sport. The Canadian Center for Ethics in Sport said there's no firm basis available in evidence to indicate trans women have a consistent and measurable overall performance benefit after 12 months of testosterone suppression. Senator Lang cited the American College of Sports Medicine, but their report said, quote, does not make any policy recommendations which are outside the scope of its purpose. So it's a misstatement to suggest that that study should be used to make policy. But you have other evidence that suggests there is no competitive advantage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mail Jacques? Jacques?
Good morning, or I suppose at this point, afternoon, House Education Committee. My name is Maëlle Jacques, a 16-year-old sophomore from Newbury, and I'm here to testify in opposition of SB 375. Throughout my entire life, sports have been an integral part to my belonging, playing soccer since the age of 3. When I began my transition in the 6th grade, my school welcomed me onto the girls' team. This act of being able to be a part of the teams I belonged to allowed me to skip through the phase of social ostracization as the other girls accepted me for who I was and welcomed me, especially by their locker room rituals, like the ones where we go around and give a word of how we wanted to perform that game. Being part of the team allowed me to be seen as normal, where everywhere else I could be perceived as a pariah. I didn't join sports with the goal of dominating competition or being better than anyone else. No one would go through the bullying and self-hatred of transition purely to win a sport, especially women's sports, which are underappreciated in our nation. I joined because it's something I'm passionate about and enjoy. If banned from sports teams and locker rooms, joining the male teams wouldn't even be a choice for me with the bullying and threats I'd receive, let alone the mental anguish I'd go through being forced to be someone I'm not. Thank you for your consideration, and please vote in opposition to SB 375. Sincerely, Maëlle Jacques.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you. Yes, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you. Good afternoon. How you doing?
Good.
Thank you for waiting around. I know we started at 11 o'clock this morning. Just a question. In your participation in sports, have you had any other teams complain or ask you to leave or stop the game?
Never. All the other teams have been very supportive. The only problems I've received are from outside parties like media sources and whatnot. I've never received anything negative from other teams and coaches and players.
Athletes are athletes.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Hansen? Peter here? Nope. Nancy Bitterman? Nope. Nan, it looks like
Nan Brennan?
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 Oh, here we are.
I was a teacher and I flunked writing on the board. Sorry. Can we start on this side? I'm from Ware. Quote, if you consider yourself a girl and you want to play sports, you should be able to play. That quote comes from winning South Carolina basketball coach Dawn Staley. These kids are real. Every major medical and mental health association supports transgender people and acknowledges their truth. But it's hard to hear the truth over the din of vicious conspiracy theories. If everybody knows that men are men and women are women, as I so often hear, what box do we check for intersex people whose physical characteristics and chromosomes do not fit the binary, and who, by the way, make up as large a group as transgender people? Here's another thing that upsets the binary. There are studies that indicate that before hormones even, transgender female brains have more in common than cisgender female brains than with male brains. The report Fair Play details the benefits, and as they say, transgender youth are already vulnerable. Banning them from sports further legitimizes transphobic attitudes. There are dozens of these bills, and yet there are so few students. One report I read, and all these are footnoted in your copy, one report I read said that as of a year ago, there might be only 100 transgender girls
playing sports in high schools across this country. And yet there's so much outrage. Why aren't we outraged that the top WNBA pick female is only being offered $76,000 while the top male is being offered $10.5 million? Why aren't we outraged by the girls' swim teams and gymnastic teams that we heard about where the coaches were abusing them? Those are the things we should be outraged about, not about this. Sports aren't fair. They aren't. We're different sizes, different abilities, different coaching, and for every team of 10 fully cisgender girls, there are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cisgender girls that don't make it. It has nothing to do with a trans kid on the team. I would say that the ultimate in unfairness is othering and erasing this very small group of kids who just want to play. And I stand with this coach, and she stands with these kids. And I am so proud that South Carolina won.
Okay, any questions from the committee? Yes.
This bill wants to establish, I guess, sexual identity down to the 6th grade. It doesn't apply below 6th grade, 5th grade or below. At 6th grade, at least from my memory, and I would like to know from your experience, kids are very undeveloped at that point at 6th grade. The thing that they need to learn more than they probably need to learn anything else is social interactions and how to be team members and all that sort of thing. This bill seeks to take that away. What is your experience as a teacher in noting the ability of 6th graders, for instance, to be outed, made into I don't know what to call it, marginalized individuals?
Yeah, it's terrible. I taught middle school, I taught high school, and what happens to these kids, and in my experience, it was more often gay kids that were outed, and it is cruel, it is awful, and we need to be teaching kindness and support and inclusivity and not othering little groups. Chris Christopherson has a song that one of the lines is, and he talks about all the groups that are against each other. And he says, because everybody's got to have somebody to look down on. And that's how I feel when I hear the hate directed against these children. It really bothers me.
Any further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Laura Brigada?
Thank you. I'm Laura Brigada from Hudson. My interest in this, primarily my insight as a former public school student, is the locker room angle. We are in New England. I want to reference back, I believe it was roughly around 2002, plus or minus a little bit. I was a high school student, and I read in the Hartford Courant about males seeking these new ID changes. And I, being an intelligent person, reading science fiction, reading history, I saw, oh, male ID changes to an X or to an F. Oh, that would let them in the locker room. And way back then, I asked the adults in my life, I said, what if all this goes through? I said, I'm not going to school. I am not taking my clothes off in front of biological men, no matter what their identification says. I said, if something like this goes through, I will refuse school. You'll have to homeschool me. So today, seeing what has happened, what would have been called utter madness, not so many years ago, I am here to stand up for the girls, whatever girls who say, gee, I want to play sports, but I guess I got to put up with so-and-so in the locker room and maybe they're looking at me. Or the girls who say, oh, I'm scared off about this. I'm just not going to play sports. How many girls are in that situation? Overall, there has been a chilling effect on free speech. I do not believe that people feel free to say how they really feel. What will their college say? What will their future employer say? I am asking you to take a sober approach to basic common sense. Girls shouldn't be taking their clothes off in front of biological males for any opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you. Christina Kim Philippoti, she left? She left. Thank you. Beth Scarer?
Hi, I'm Beth Scare from Nashua. I just wanted to respond to some earlier people testifying. Representative Selig said that heterosexual men are not trans women. A large percentage of trans women are heterosexual and are sexually attracted to women. So that's just one more reason why they shouldn't be in our locker rooms. It's called autogynephilia. And the responding to Roger, I believe it was, the NHIAA does not require any hormones. There are no hormone levels to check. There's no verification that they're doing anything, that the boys are doing anything but putting on a uniform and claiming to be girls. And as far as Parker's testimony, Parker's concerned that it's not safe to play for Parker to play on a male team. Well, why is it safe for girls to play with males on their team? I mean, it cuts both ways. And I also wanted to say, girls are not being warned about these boys. It's being sprung on them. Boys, naked boys show up in the locker room. That's sexual abuse. Why are we allowing this to happen? And I guess that's all I have for today. Thanks. Please vote ought to pass on SB 375.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you. Devin Quinn?
Chairman and members of the committee, thanks for your time. My name is Devin Quinn. I'm the Director of Policy for the New Hampshire Women's Foundation, where we invest in equality and opportunity for the women and girls of New Hampshire through research, education, advocacy, and grant making. We respectfully and adamantly oppose SB 375 because it discriminates against trans girls who deserve to be accepted and included in our schools. Trans girls are girls, period. And trans girls, like all girls, deserve to have access to the many benefits of sports, like teamwork, friendship, and belonging. We at the Women's Foundation are very concerned about the youth mental health crisis, which is particularly impacting girls in New Hampshire, particularly girls of the LGBTQ community and trans girls. We need more opportunities and supports for all girls, not less. Logistically, you've heard before that this bill is inconsistent with NHIA rules, recently enacted non-discrimination laws, and would open the door to violations of Title IX. But the Women's Foundation and other women's organizations and sports organizations all support trans-inclusive policies, including the National Women's Law Center, the Women's Sports Foundation, and women leaders in college sports. There are real issues in women's sports, particularly in resources and funding, and at the professional level, inadequate salary and prizes. But student athletes are not asking for us to ban their friends from playing. And they and we are asking you to let trans girls play.
Thank you. Are there, from the committee, any questions? Yes. Representative.
Thank you. You said something very quickly, and I wanted to just get a clarification. Has there been any reports of any cis girls, I guess, athletes complaining about transgender kids being on their teams.
These days, girls want to play with girls on girls' teams when girls' sports are available to them. And trans girls are girls, and they are friends and community members and students, and they want to be able to play with their friends on sports teams.
Further questions? Thank you very much. Kathy Holmes?
Thank you for letting me speak. You'll like it that I'll be very quick. Kathy Holmes, Chichester. There should be no need for this bill. But we are living in a surreal world where actual science is being canceled and social science rules. An example is when a person can make the statement, trans girls are girls, that goes directly against science, actual science. You must judge which issue carries more weight. People's feelings about who they are and people harmed and in danger because of what goes on in these sporting events. And we've seen it on TV. That's all.
Well, thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you. Emma Savigny?
Good afternoon. Thank you again for hearing my testimony today. For the record, my name is Emma Savini. I'm the Children's Behavioral Health Policy Coordinator at New Futures. New Futures is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that solves problems through policy change. We are dedicated to supporting and strengthening a comprehensive system of care for young children. We are here in strong opposition to Senate Bill 375 because transgender and non-binary youth deserve the exact same opportunities to develop social and emotional skills as their peers, and those skills can be developed through sports. We all envision a New Hampshire where all students, all young people, are able to freely express themselves and live without the burdens of poor mental health. However, unfortunately, our young people, especially those who identify as trans, are undergoing severe mental health crises due to feeling discriminated against. When young people are feel supported in their communities, such as through playing sports with a team, they can have higher and better mental health outcomes and those that are on par with their peers. Similarly, all students who participate in sports are able to get the social emotional benefits such as building confidence, leadership, teamwork, friendships. The list goes on and on. Plus, exercise increases mental health or benefits mental health. As such, all students deserve the right to play sports, regardless of their gender identity. For those reasons, New Futures urges this committee to vote ITL on Senate Bill 375, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. From the committee, any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Aubrey Nelson?
Hi there. My name is Aubrey Nelson. I'm from Concord, New Hampshire. Thank you very much, distinguished members of the House Education Committee, for hearing my testimony. I'm opposed to Senate Bill 375. I'm an athlete. I'm a pretty good athlete. I wore my New Hampshire 3-sport athlete. I grew up in New Hampshire. And I'm frankly insulted by this bill because I'm a woman athlete. I was fortunate enough to be born with the gender that I identify with in terms of what the doctor said at birth. But I wanted to speak a little bit to safety and to science, which are both mentioned here several times. I'm also a science teacher, and so I look for evidence in making decisions. And when it comes to biological sex, biologically, people are all different. Nature doesn't stick to categories that humans have invented. About 2 in every 100 people are born with intersex traits. That means that you likely know somebody who was born with an intersex trait, and a doctor at birth is
has to decide like this is what this child will be when all they have is evidence of genitalia, which often for about 1 in every 200 people are not clinically identifiable and have some kind of variation. So are we saying that like you can't belong or be part of a sports team if you don't fit into these neat categories that we as human beings have invented? Biologically, nature's not neat. It's just not. When it comes to safety, I think the real safety risk is having somebody who is a woman in a men's locker room if they're not allowed to use the women's locker room. That to me feels very unsafe, especially for trans women who have been bullied primarily, in my experience in school and athletics, by men. So like forcing a woman to use a men's locker room because at birth, when the doctor was looking at them, they made some determination, feels really terrible. And the reason I'm insulted as an athlete is because I want the chance to compete against the best. I don't want, as a women athlete, if I'm cut from the team, that's because I didn't work hard enough or because some other part of my life, like I didn't make the cut. And I want that challenge. I want all women to participate. So yeah, I'll take questions if there are.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you.
I have also a letter that was signed by about 40 other athletes that I'll just pass around. These are other women athletes who would like to the chance to participate against all other women athletes.
You want that to become part of the record?
Yes, please.
Okay, fine. Send it up to us, please. Michelle Silly Foisey? Is this mine? What? Did this come your way? I don't know.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Silly Foisey. I live in Temple and I'm here in opposition to SB 375. For as long as I can remember, I have felt more at home, more myself when I have a soccer ball at my feet or while I'm wearing my running shoes. My time as an athlete has significantly contributed to the adult I am today. As a 5-year-old soccer player, I learned the joys of teamwork and the importance of dedication. As an 18-year-old runner, I learned self-discipline and drive. I was recruited and given an athletic scholarship to continue running at Northeastern University. However, my freshman year, I sustained a career-ending injury. While I no longer compete as an athlete today, I still run and play soccer. One of the most important lessons I learned as an athlete was to never give up. Perseverance in life brings you places you may never have dreamed of and will carry you through times of struggle. Now, 31 years after graduating high school, I'm a mom of 6. I'm a mom to a dancer, a former lacrosse player, a former rugby player, and 3 soccer players. As a mother, I hope my children learn grace, the power of community and working as a team, compassion for others, empathy, discipline, and acceptance while enjoying their time in sports. As I spoke earlier today, this past year, my 17-year-old survived an attempted suicide due to their gender dysphoria and severe depression. They are currently receiving essential medical care to allow their body to be the more feminine home they feel is their own. And while our journey supporting a trans teen has been very difficult at times, I cannot imagine the added turmoil a ban such as this would bring. The isolation that trans youth endure is inconceivable for most. Separating and excluding a small group of kids from their friends and teammates further exacerbates this isolation. Supporting and promoting the blatant discrimination of transgender athletes is not the way of the Granite State. Sport should be a place where we embrace diversity and teammanship. Trans girls are girls and they belong playing alongside their fellow non-transgender female athletes. The relationships a person experiences through being a part of a sport are life-changing. Though few athletes reach the highest level of competition, lessons received through being a part of a sport are immeasurable. To remove an athlete from a team that has bonded and created lasting relationships due to their biological sex, negating their true identity as a trans youth, would have a detrimental effect on all student athletes. I have one more sentence. To consider a trans girl as a female during her school day but exclude her from joining a school sports team is an outright denial of her equal educational opportunities. As legislators, you need to prevent and stop the repercussions of this bill. Please vote ITL for SB 375.
Thank you very much. From the committee, are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Rusanne Chester?
Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, committee members. My name is Rusanne Chester, Bedford, New Hampshire. Many years ago, I was very supportive of girls can do anything boys can do. I was very involved with the feminist movement, equal rights for equal pay, etc., etc. I grew up in a small town where 4'8", I wasn't playing basketball. 4'8", I probably wasn't going to run anywhere fast. These hands, when I was younger, weren't going to handle a softball. So I wanted to play football. Fortunately, we had a Pop Warner team, and I was able to play football because boys and girls can play together. There's no locker room issue. And bullies are bullies. It was based on weight and age and all of that. Because I grew up that way, when I went to high school here in New Hampshire, I wanted to play football. I wanted to try out for the football team. And I was told I could not because I was born female. I fought it. I won. I tried out. I made the team. Well, let's take that back. I did not make the team first round. And then I brought it up that I felt that I was being discriminated against because I was a lot better than a lot of the boys that made the team. So they did a blind redo, and I made the team. I played freshman year. I was pretty good. Even my coach but my coach said to me, I have to pay for all my own equipment because we don't have that in the budget for girls. Girls' equipment's different than boys' equipment. So trans girls on a football team would have to use different equipment unless they've had alterations. And the bottom line is that, so I knew that I was on a team with all boys except for me. When my coach accepted that I was going to be on his team, he called a team meeting and he said, we only have one locker room available. We're not opening the girls' room just for you. Figure it out. And we worked with the guys on my team, and we were able to come to the conclusion
Roseanne, your time is up.
Yes. Well, just very quickly, we were able to come to the conclusion that we could all work together and mutually respect one another. This is not an easy task, but at the same time, by sophomore year, I realized that it was not appropriate for me to be playing football at a high school level. And I took myself off the team. But I do understand the folks here. Back then, no one would have known if I was a trans girl. And that's the most important part of this, is that we're discriminating based on what we're telling people we are.
Roseanne, your time is up.
Yeah. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Thank you. Holloway Testerman? Yeah. There you go.
Oh, there we go. My name's Holloway Testerman. I'm here in opposition of this bill. And the sponsor that introduced this bill seemed to be pretty concerned about safety. And I think I have some pretty similar concerns. And I guess my main question is, how are we going to implement this bill? Because we know that paperwork, identification paperwork, the gender marked there doesn't always match the sex assigned at birth, right? We heard from someone else who testified that blood tests, hormone levels aren't always going to tell us what someone's sex assigned at birth is. And I think genetic testing raises some ethical concerns that this bill isn't really able to cover. So are we going to ask athletes about their periods? Because not all girls have regular periods, right? Are we going to do physical examinations? Because that seems really invasive and traumatic. I mean, all of these things seem super invasive and traumatic. But I guess my concern here is
yes, this is about, contrary to what the sponsor who introduced this bill said, this is about not allowing trans kids in sports. But it seems to me that this bill is really about controlling women's bodies, all women's bodies, regardless of whether they are trans or cisgender, because you cannot tell someone is trans by looking at them. So this bill is inexpedient because there's no way to implement it. It is simply there to cause discrimination and so fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much. Kate McCarty?
Hello again. My name is Kate McCarty. I'm here to oppose SB 375. My daughter's best friend plays field hockey. This past season, she got bulldozed by an opposing team member and broke her collarbone, ending her season. That opposing team member was a cisgender girl. My future daughter-in-law was injured badly in her senior year on the field hockey field by another cisgender girl. There will always be stories about sports injuries, and almost all of them are incurred through contact with another cisgender girl. I just have quotes from a couple of entities that are directly involved with this subject. The Women's Sports Foundation supports the right of all athletes, including transgender athletes, to participate in athletic competition that is fair, equitable, and respectful to all. Transgender refers to people whose gender identity, their internal sense of themselves as male or female, does not conform to traditional expectations associated with their assigned sex at birth. Schools must be prepared to fairly accommodate these students and their families in athletics as well as other school programs. The NHIAA has asserted since 2015 that all girls should be allowed to participate in girls' sports, including transgender girls. When did it become common practice to disregard expert opinions and act on emotion and prejudice? We need to do better. And since I have a few more seconds, I find it very telling that a certain person here didn't misgender Parker the way she did in the hallway while shoving a phone camera in her face against her parents' wishes. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you.
Thank you.
Courtney Reed? She had 2 cards.
Hi, thank you so much for taking the time to hear my testimony again. For the record, my name is Courtney Reed. I serve as policy advocate at the ACLU of New Hampshire, and we oppose this bill. You've already heard from another civil rights attorney that there are many reasons to vote down this bill, one being that in numerous cases, legislation that categorically bars transgender people from participating in sports that aligns with their gender is not only unconstitutional, violating equal protections under the law, but also is in violation of Title IX. And that just last week, there were several actions or updates to the law to strengthen Title IX protections for transgender individuals, that being the ruling from the Fourth Circuit opposing a very similar bill on the grounds that exclusion of sports participation is violation of Title IX, as well as additional guidelines from the Department of Education. To elaborate on that a little bit more, there have also been some cases in state courts, such as Arizona, that have ruled categorical prohibition of participation for transgender students violate state constitutions. Or in New Hampshire's instance, there's also state laws that we passed with bipartisan support only a few years ago that offer protections based on gender identity and that compel schools to create policies to prevent and intervene in acts of discrimination. We've also heard a little bit about how unworkable this bill would be. Is it up to coaches or teachers to ensure and certify that the birth certificates or the enforcement mechanism behind this bill are true and that they actually don't, match the gender of a trans student? And what liabilities do they face if they make a mistake? I think there are some serious privacy concerns that the ACLU would like to raise, and I'm happy to take some questions about the benefits and some public health data that we have around what it means to allow transgender students to play sports.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stephanie Lebec.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Lebec, and I'm alumni of the Plymouth State Varsity Women's Swim Team and Club Ultimate Frisbee Team, and I am a resident of Waterville Valley. I will be reading a petition on behalf of women athletes in which over 178 New Hampshire residents have signed in opposition to SB 375. To the honorable elected officials of the New Hampshire State Legislature, we, the undersigned women athletes of New Hampshire, are writing to stress our opposition to SB 375, SB 524, and HB 1205, and all bills that would diminish inclusivity in sports by prohibiting transgender athletes by playing at New Hampshire schools, clubs, or colleges and universities. Transgender athletes belong in sports with cisgender female athletes. They should have the right to participate on teams that align with their gender, as codified by Title IX in New Hampshire's own transgender non-discrimination law. It is wrong to deprive someone of all that sports offer our young people as they develop into responsible adults solely because of their gender. As athletes, we recognize that our dedication, practice, and hard work are paramount to our successes. All girls deserve the opportunity to be respected members of sports teams. As athletes ourselves, we cannot stay silent while members of our community are discriminated against. These bills would needlessly divide teammates, force college athletic administrations to police the gender of visiting student athletes, and restrict competition by discouraging other colleges and universities from coming to New Hampshire. They would also exacerbate the mental health challenges impacting student athletes. Needless to say, this would devalue New Hampshire's athletic programs, our collegiate recruiting opportunities, and diminish the level of competition for all collegiate athletic programs in the state. The New Hampshire Interscholastic Athletic Association has determined in its policy that it would be fundamentally unjust to ban transgender athletes from participation. When Governor Sununu signed discrimination protections into law, he wrote that it was important that New Hampshire is a place where every person, regardless of their background, has an equal and full opportunity to pursue their dreams and to make better lives for themselves and their families. These bills seek to undermine these values. Transgender athletes are teammates, peers, competitors, and friends. Their participation strengthens all of us. For the benefit of our student athletes, schools, and integrity of competition, we encourage you to reject these harmful and divisive bills and any others that restrict the rights of transgender student athletes. Sincerely, Amanda Allard, Franklin, former swim coach at Mount Washington Valley Dolphins. Andy Allison, student athlete, UNH soccer. Addison Alpers, Bristol.
Your time is up. Okay, are there any questions from the committee? Thank you. Marcia Garber? Is that for the record?
It's just a picture.
Go ahead.
This one, oh, there we go. So my name is Marcia Garber, and I live in Manchester, New Hampshire. All our son wanted to do was fit in and not be rejected. He could not bear any more hurt. Please consider no more hurting people. That's a quote from Martin Richard from Boston.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much. Sam Hawkins? There's them.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify today. It's been a long day. I'll keep my comments brief. My name is Sam Hawkins. I'm the Public Policy Assistant at NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. For the record, NAMI New Hampshire is a nonprofit grassroots organization whose mission is to improve the lives of all people impacted by mental illness and suicide through support, education, and advocacy. On behalf of NAMI New Hampshire, I'm here today to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 375. NAMI New Hampshire believes that freedom from stigma and discrimination is crucial to mental wellness. In part, our mental health reflects our environments and the conditions in which we live, who and what we interact with, how we're treated, and whether we can live as our authentic selves. As such, it should be our priority to ensure that everyone within our communities is accepted and able to live fully in accordance with their identities, free from stigma and discrimination. This is crucial to all aspects of life, at home, at work or school, and in one's interests and endeavors, including athletics, where individuals, in this case youth, learn to express themselves and connect with their peers and community. Senate Bill 375 furthers damaging stigma for transgender youth and limits access to affirming environments by prohibiting girls from participating in girls' sports, putting their mental health at risk. It is crucial that our policies promote mental wellness and create accepting, affirming environments rather than limit them. For these reasons, NAMI New Hampshire urges the committee to vote ITL for Senate Bill 375.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much. Deborah Howes? Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the House Education Committee. Chairman Ladd, good to see you again. I am here on behalf of the American Federation of Teachers New Hampshire and our 3,700 members across the state. We are K through 12 educators, university faculty, and parents, grandparents, and taxpayers in the Grant State. And I'm here in opposition to Senate Bill 375. AFT New Hampshire stands in opposition to this bill because in order for students to become successful in school, they need to feel safe, welcome, and they belong in their public schools. In order to do that, they have to find the place where they belong. For some students, it's academics and the math team, debate team. For other students, it's music and chorus, drama, and for some, it's sports. In sports, they learn physical skills, agility, teamwork, and find those relationships with their peers. And to deny that to some of our students because of who they are is just plain wrong. That's not what our public schools are about. The sponsor of this bill claimed it was about fundamental fairness and a very simple bill. But when you consider this bill, you also need to consider the unintended consequences. It's not so simple as just looking at a birth certificate and saying you have to live that way for the rest of your life, because that is not the truth for some of our students. I will tell you just a few quick points here. A policy very similar to this bill was in place in Texas in 2017. And because a student had to compete under the gender that was on his birth certificate, a high school male had to wrestle in the girls' wrestling championship and actually won the state championship in his weight class. So if you're talking about trying to keep things fair and saving women's sports, keep that in mind. You may be doing something you didn't intend. I have two more quick points. It would violate Title IX, okay, because we have to have equal opportunities for boys and for girls. If you have a girls field hockey team and you're saying boys can't play on that team, you're now violating Title IX if you're saying they can't even try out if this bill passes. And beyond that, even discussing bans like this encourages bigotry and hatred. There was an incident out in Utah this winter where a parent was insisting that a girl on the junior varsity team was a trans player and got very riled up, despite the fact that the coach, the girl herself, and the parents were insisting, no, this is a girl playing on a girl's team. Every time we have one of these bills and have to come out and have hearings justifying the right of students to be who they are and play sports on the team they belong on, it encourages this kind of bigotry. So when you start separating students, segregating them based on certain characteristics and saying they cannot participate in activities in our schools and on our sports teams, what we're doing is encouraging discrimination. we should not be going back to any form of separate but not equal. So we oppose this bill and we urge you to find an expedient to legislate, and I will be emailing my testimony.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. And with that, I have no further pink cards on it, so I'm going to close the hearing for 375.
Yeah. I'll need it for a little bit and then I'll.
For all those in the room, we are going into caucus right now. We will be coming back following caucus to look at the 7 bills and exec those bills later on today. We may or may not exec them all, but we do have at least 2 bills here, which are early bills, which have to be out of this committee by midweek today, this week. They are going to a second committee. So any bill going to second committee has to be out of here by Wednesday. So we're going to go into caucus and we'll be coming back and execing the bills. I'm going to get a drink of water. Okay, we're going to go ahead and enter into an executive session here. And the first bill we're going to be taking up is SB 596. This bill is relative to the definition of disability of special needs under the Child Care Scholarship Program. I look to Representative Belcher for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move an interim study.
And Representative
Second.
Terry? So we have a motion made by Representative Belcher and second by Representative Terry. The motion is interim study for SB 596. Representative Belcher, we'd like to speak to your motion, please.
Yes, I'll be brief, Mr. Chair. So we're going to look at interim study on this bill because there is some legitimate question as to whether there might be some children who are not adequately able to receive services that they should be receiving right now in terms of early childhood care. But the bill itself is very broad, somewhat nebulous, and needs to be considerably more narrowly tailored to address this real concern, if it is in fact a real problem, and that itself needs a little bit of investigation as well. And because this is a fiscal bill, we need to act on it early, which means the best we can do right now with it, interim study. Let's try to fix it and bring it back. Thank you.
Okay, Representative, need a second? Any discussion or?
Yes, I would just say, in addition, there was considerable conversation in the caucus around the question of there not needing to be a medical diagnosis, and we'd really like to drill down on that a little bit and get some greater specificity how determinations are going to be made and by who and on what basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Damon.
Thank you. So we will be opposing the interim study recommendation. We think that the childcare community and the organizations who testified on this bill have already done the work that needs to be done. Early quality childcare benefits families and children. We should be going forward with this, and I won't spend time saying more.
Is there further discussion? Madam Chair, would you please call the roll? The motion is interim study 596.
Vice Chair Peternell?
Yes.
Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Dry?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Gagne?
Yes.
Representative Coratiello, yes. Representative Terry?
Yes.
Representative Myler?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Corman?
No.
Representative Luna?
No.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
Representative Balboni?
No.
Representative Cascadden?
No.
Representative Damon?
No.
Representative Spear?
No.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, the motion fails. Is there another motion?
OTP.
Okay, we have a motion by Representative Myler, OTP, and second by Representative Damon.
Move to the vote, please.
Representative Damon? Okay, Madam Chair, when you're ready, would you please call the roll?
Madam Clerk. Vice Chair Peternell?
No.
Representative Lekis?
No.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Dry?
No.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
No.
Representative Gagne?
No.
Representative Coratiello? No. Representative Terry?
No.
Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Corman?
Yes.
Representative Luna?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Alboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Representative Spear?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
No.
Oh, 11 yeas, 9 nays.
Okay, the motion passes. You'll be writing the, okay. Okay, next bill which we're going to take up is SB 219. And I look to Representative Lakis for a motion.
I move OTP.
Is there a second? Representative Petronel?
Yes, I second that.
Representative Lekis, would you like to speak to the motion SB 219 is a bill requiring mandatory reporting by school districts of school expenses?
Yes, I would. A number of the things in here might already be in places, potentially even most, if not all of them, but they are not easy to find. And the public who votes for these things needs to actually know what's going on. And so this is part of transparency for the voters, to be able to have it in one place where they can find it, or 3 places, but in a place where it's easy for them to find, instead of having to look through all these different things, which they don't even know where they are, to try to find. And I know some of these I tried to find for a constituent one time, and I couldn't find all of them because there was a 3-letter code that I didn't know what it was at the time. And so I think voters should be able to have easy access to this information. That's why I support it. Thank you.
Further discussion for the second?
No, thank you.
Further discussion from the committee?
Sorry. There is no need for this bill. Number one, it could be just a link to the DOE because all the information is there. Also, anyone who's interested in their town expenses or school expenses, all they need to do is go to their budget committee meetings, and all of this is already published. No need.
Further discussion? Okay, we're going to move into the motion now. The motion is OTP on SB 219. This is a bill relative to reporting by school districts of school expenses. Madam Clerk.
Vice Chair Petronel.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Gagny.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Corman.
No.
Representative Luna.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Cascadden.
Nope.
Representative Damon.
No.
Representative Spear.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Is there a motion?
Yes. I
Representative
move to
Cascadden.
ITL.
Second.
So a motion made by Representative Cascadden, ITL, and second by Representative Myler. We're talking SB 219. Representative Cascadden, care to speak
I
to the
think I've
motion?
said what I needed to say. Thank you.
Representative Myler?
Please vote.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Did you have some?
Oh, go ahead, yes.
I just wanted to say that it's really good for those towns that do have budget committees and do have places where it's easy to find, but that is not true of all towns. And the person who came to me for help was specifically asking because she couldn't find it in her town, because not all towns are good about being transparent.
Further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Vice Chair Petronel.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
Nope.
Representative Gagny.
No.
Representative Cortiello. No. Representative Terry.
No.
Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Representative Spear.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, who's going to read?
Cascadden, do the report.
Okay, Representative Cascadden, and that's it. Okay, the other bills which we had there, specifically SB 217, will be held until tomorrow. We will be meeting at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock tomorrow. And we will be doing the other bills as well at that time.
It says 10:15 in the calendar. That doesn't matter? That we're meeting
We're trying to get some amendments made.
the calendar. The calendar.
Okay,
says
we'll meet at 10
10:15.
o'clock. We'll meet at 10 o'clock. Okay. I think we should be able to get things done.
It's better for me. It's kind of rushes things, but.
Yeah. Okay, is there anything else for the committee? Okay,
Information about the amendments beforehand, so.
we don't have them yet. They've been sent over to legislative services.
We'll caucus and look at those.
Yeah, so you
Take our
caucus
time
tomorrow.
looking at those.
Okay, we're adjourned.